traders now see June. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the leading edge of news?
Voice news disconnected.
Check 1 2, mic check. Check 1 2, mic check. Turn that down for me.
Trump on Truth Social saying, be cool, everything is going to work out well. The USA will be bigger and better than ever before.
Check 1 2, that's better.
Seeing Visa down about 0.2%, American Express down by 1.4%, MasterCard down about 0.9%. US Defense Secretary Hegseth says the US will take back Canal from Chinese influence. So he did kind of say this yesterday. He didn't explicitly say that, but he's just repeating his comments a little bit from yesterday.
Check 1 2. Good morning out there. How are y'all doing? What's going on, Basra?
Drug makers down after Trump threatens tariffs on sector. Mega cap stock.
Get right into it.
Market losses in choppy trade.
That's weird. I've got weird things happening. All right, so a few things here this morning. Let's start off with we can possibly sweep the lows here. We didn't. A few things here. We did break lower in the overnight. Give me one quick second here. Few things. I got a bunch of like stuff last night that I was looking at in the middle of the night.
Walmart sees sales volatility partly on weakening sentiment. Seeing Vanguard total bond market ETF down about 0.7%.
Wanted to see if we swept.
ETFs tracking US debt fall amid treasury sell-off.
We did wind up sweeping this low last night, but not creating a new market low. Here's the market low here.
Let's see, not too long ago, Pfizer down about 4.2%.
Oh, sorry about that.
Down about 2.8%, and Johnson & Johnson down about 3.1%.
Show you this here. This was the low from yesterday. We did wind up sweeping this here in futures last night, but no new market low. Market is reacting now with an upside move, right? We've got the story of extremes here from low liquidity available on the up and down side here. Reaching for liquidity to get down.
Retaliation will take Germany back to time before 2015 immigration wave.
We had two choices yesterday to either hold above and trade higher or sweep these lows to then trade higher.
This is a great time to buy on his Truth Social, saying this is a great time to buy.
In both scenarios, the idea would be that we would have a monster rip to the upside afterwards. We have to talk about this upside rip, though, as well. And we have to also deal with this 500 above here. I do want to show you these sellers that stepped in here earlier. Still some unanswered questions here. And just on an hourly basis.
Aims to cut bureaucracy costs by a quarter.
Just on an hourly basis, I want you to see this, the sell trigger here. Early this morning at 5 a.m., we had sellers come straight in to the downside here. You can see the same thing again here, here, and here, and here again. I just want to watch this to possibly sweep the lows in cash market or for the breakout higher and to the right. So we're going to look at this in a more finer detail here. I want you to see what this is creating as well. So you've got, as I change this time frame, it gets a little bit sloppy. We should start squeezing monstrously this morning, by the way. But I just want to show you where the resistance is. And I want you to remember this one from this morning at 500. I want you to look at this 500 right here as a possible rejection point and this hourly trigger. Now, if you follow the rules that we set forth in the training videos on the website, you've watched the videos on the website here. Get rid of this for just a minute. I want you to be aware of
stocks extend gains. Nasdaq up.
Yeah, we should start squeezing, by the way, monstrous. Just remember that we're always looking to be
SPDR gold shares ETF up about 3%.
Don't worry, don't.
The shares of gold miners rise, tracking rise in bullion prices on safe haven demand.
Thank you, Winston.
Seeing shares of JP Morgan down 0.2%, Goldman Sachs down 1%, and Wells Fargo down 1.4%.
So what are we watching for rejections off this 500, off of this hourly trigger? These are, you can trade inside of these things. Then also note this monthly trigger as another major resistance point to the downside. I would take this by ear at this point. We have a lot to go over this morning with yields, of course, going to the moon.
Citi down 1.3%, Bank of America down 1.6%, and Morgan Stanley down 0.4%.
Talk about this in a minute here. I just want to watch. We'll get rid of these here. I already know where they are. Going to more into this later. Now trading 500, looking for a target of 501.75. You guys want me to draw this in for you? I will. I'm a little slow this morning. Bear with me. I just got a new keyboard and new mouse and stuff in the mail yesterday. I'm a little left-footed here. Good morning, by the way. How y'all doing? There's one, there's two, there's three.
Stocks extend gains. S&P 500 up about 1.02%.
I was on X this morning, Twitter.
Credit default swap spreads widened to 58 basis points, the highest since May 2023, according to S&P data.
Now watch this. So this is your first pickup here. There's your second one right there. You got the high tick on the hourly. I want you to pay close attention to these, like this big round number, 500, as an inflection point. I also want to show you that there's no liquidity in the market this morning.
14 new discoveries of oil and gas fields, according to state news agency.
$5,100. Take a look at this more closely together. Jesus. There's just no liquidity out here. I mean, the good news down here is you can see these buyers in here. This is more of a mechanical function, though, than anything.
Alibaba up 3.6%, JD.com up 4.2%, and Bilibili up 5.9%. Also, iShares MSCI China ETF up 4.4%, and iShares China Large Cap ETF up 4.6%.
That's not good price action, by the way. Trump or Besson threatened to remove China's stocks from the U.S. market, I believe this morning or yesterday. Key inflection point here this morning is going to be 500. We're either rejecting 500. I said it this morning on X and Twitter that we're either going to trade 500, start blasting to the downside here, recheck the lows before possibly heading higher, or we could start this like wide range barcode and start collapsing to the downside. Now, this morning, TNX is dropping slightly. It's down to 4.37 right now, but let me show you guys something here. Hold on. I'm going to show you guys something here, and give me one quick second here. Let's check a 30-minute really quick, just for momentum. This is a tough call here this morning. I want to show you this really quick here. I want you to watch this price action here. I want you to see this like up, down, up, down, up, down. Don't be paying attention to this, just this price action right here. Just remember this right here, okay? And I also want you to see, the reason I'm bringing that up is because of this intraday hourly velocity is very like small in here. Okay. And we're in a similar situation this morning. You see this hourly velocity. And it's becoming positive, but it's very small and light. Bam, 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 right here. And the reason I'm bringing that up to you is I want to show you the last time yields were where they are, what took place. The market's acting like all it wants is, we're not getting that high right now. The sellers are attempting to step in here very early. So we came up here, traded 500. We're going to get rid of this here. Switch this to the downside to check that 5-minute trigger. They're already coming in. It's not even kind of a foregone conclusion to some extent. Come on, baby, go back up. The reason I'm bringing this up to you, let's see if I can show this to you here on a, is this like Jerome Powell maybe? And show this to you, why I'm so concerned. This is back in this mid-December. Can I show this maybe?
10 minutes away from the top of the hour, we get US wholesale inventories month-to-month revised. Forecast 0.4%, prior 0.3%. Wholesale sales month-to-month forecast 0.8%, prior minus 1.3%.
Just so you can see here, this is another time period where yields became an issue. This is mid-December. Yields broke over 4.31%. And we made these attempts to break out here. This is the 18th of December.
The president says he spoke to Trump and agreed to continue discussions in the interest of both nations.
Try to break out, some attempts to break out to the upside. Everything was looking bullish. And then we got annihilated here to the downside. I want to say we dropped just under circuit breakers, like 4%, something like that. It was a violent move all the way to the downside here.
Should stand in the week after April 28th.
I want to show you this. This is the TNX 10-year yield here. Currently, it's trading at 4.36. Now, people tell you not to use.
Want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of financial
indicators on
our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Indicators on yields or bond yields, bonds, auctions, any of that kind of stuff. Stuff's fairly accurate. Works very well, believe it or not, on momentum for price or any kind of number. What I want to show you here is, well, what's important here is we had sellers above here on this yield here, but this is when we began to crank. This is the 18th. I want to show you where the 18th is right here.
S&P 500 healthcare sector falls 1.1%.
Same kind of a situation, right? Trying to break out. The moment we broke out here, we collapsed in the middle of the day on December 18th. I think we dropped, I want to say we dropped 4 or 5%. And look where we are this morning. We got a wick here, right? Being sold down. We want to make sure we watch this 10-year yield to not break out at any point today. If we get a breakout in 10-year TNX, I want you to, on your at home, wherever you are, I want you to just look back on that period here in the 18th. Snap yourself a little like yellow box of some kind. You just want to watch this very closely here. You want to be seeing this yield just turning to the downside. Now, the issue here is that momentum is to the upside right now in this yield. We have a half-hour trigger coming up, an hourly trigger coming up. We have a daily trigger, a monthly trigger, and we have a ton of momentum here. Now we've got a gap down below here to be filled. Could see a squeeze to the upside in S&P 500, but as soon as this Momo comes up here, if we begin to see any kind of violent moves to the upside that is not met by supply, aka the Fed, I'm going to assume here the Fed is here working in the background. I'm going to assume that's the Fed right there, but I'm not sure. If this stuff starts moving here to the upside, it's going to be ugly. You could see us looking bullish all day long, and we just start elevating 4 or 5%, blink of an eye. We're talking over the course of an hour, 2 hours, really fast. And they can also do this stuff in after hours as well. So you're kind of looking for the Fed to be Fed Treasury, be stepping in
sales month-to-month forecast
all day long here. We got gaps galore up here. We got a gap here, 4.53, gap above at 4.63, another gap up here at 4.78. These things do get filled. So I'm sure at this moment it's a little risky, but I want you to keep your eyes on this and the momentum to the upside that's showing itself right now inside of this yield. Currently, though, I do want you to see this gap that's down below here that needs filled. This could be bullish to the upside in S&P 500, of course. The second thing that I want you to look at this morning so stupid. I can't believe we're here. The second thing that I want you to look at. Sorry about that. Second thing that I want you to be looking at here is just trend, okay? Nice and easy. You got trend here in this 500, right? This is important. 500 is big round number, right? We're also below the monthly trigger. So we start barcoding like this, and then we start, if I'm like price action is king here, we start losing that, and we start watching the yield go up, we're going to start elevating straight to the downside. The next thing that I want you to be watching, of course, is this prior high up here from yesterday. I know a lot of you are like, well, Cap, what are we going to do? We're going to trade this 540 up here or what? We're up here and start cranking all this out. I'm open to that, but even so, I want you to be aware of that yield. If we start failing to break out, we start pausing and holding, and you start seeing that TNX start cranking, we're going to roll. And you need to be able to take the other side of that trade with conviction and hold, because it's going to get nasty.
China issues risk alert for Chinese tourists traveling to the US, according to Culture Ministry.
So you can see how we keep getting stuck, right? Stuck here, stuck here. This looks a little bit of improvement here. We didn't go all the way back down to support down here. That's good to see. We held up here. Failure to get a new high, but we have a few more minutes left.
SPA reports that Saudi Arabia announces 8 new oil and gas
I
discoveries.
do like seeing the new high above, the peak above on the hourly trigger. See if we can get a new high in here.
Early on, according to state news agency, Saudi Arabia's Aramco announces 14 new discoveries of oil and gas fields. SPA reporting Saudi Arabia announces 8 new oil and gas discoveries. One minute to go now. We'll lead with wholesale inventories month-to-month revised.
Note to you that the target for 540 is still valid. Key inflection point here to begin squeezing.
10 seconds. Zero spot 3%, 0.3% lower than the forecast of 0.4%. US wholesale sales month to month 2.4%, 2.4% higher than the forecast of 0.8%.
Where's 506? Target right here for the upside, 506. Scratch that 505. Squeezing to the pivot point right now. We did that in the overnight. Coming into 50-50 right now. More up to go right now. We're going to go up. We're going to tag that right there. We're going to tag 506.17. I always think this looks so wonky here. Hold on a second. I'm having some wonkiness on my 506.17 right in here. Right there.
Canadian dollar strengthened 0.9% to a 5-day high at around 1.4134 per US dollar.
That's better.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Good news is I've got this. I had a keyboard for, I think, 5 years that I've been hammering away at, and the keys are destroyed. So I got a new keyboard finally. Been talking about it for about a year now. TNX attempting to defend the 1 in 5 minute trigger here. Five-minute trigger coming up to cross the half-an-hour trigger. Yields at 4.38. Watch out for a bloodbath here. We're going to get violent. You got to watch these sellers. They're trying to step in at 10 and 10:30. So here's the 10 a.m. right here. Why don't you see this mark here? So you see these sellers right here at 10 a.m. trying to take us down all the way down to check this 5-minute trigger. And they're going to attempt the same thing up here, the downside, and try to break us down. Yields holding right now at 4.38%. Not pretty. This is support for the market, this green bar right here. I believe it's right here. Downside target 494.54. Just looking for liquidity here. These guys just don't care. They're just raining hell down. They're raining it down at 10:30. Same trade as yesterday, 10 o'clock, 10:30. Just start pounding here. I also made a post this morning about barcoding large, wide trading ranges on X and Twitter. And I showed how the market calmed itself over time as we made a bottom.
Germany's incoming chancellor.
And I said on Twitter, keep it simple.
The US and China tariff policies.
I didn't get a chance this morning to go over the volatility that shows itself in wide trading ranges. I know a lot of people have a tough time with like volatility, vol of vol, and relating that to the stock market. And I know that people keep their trading simple. So you start seeing these large intraday ranges in the market over 1 hour, 4 hour periods. You're ranging these wide numbers, right? And then you see that those ranges collapse over time as we begin to go higher, slower, and steadily. That can infer a bottom of sorts is here. So if you come in on a Monday and you see us up 4%, then down 4%, you can infer that there's a lot of volatility still in the market, right? Pretty simple. But also I want you to look over the course of a 4 hour period. We have multiple markets, don't we? We've got the Asia session, the London session. We've got the U.S. session. And I want you to think about the ranges that you see in those sessions over time periods. Like what happens over the course of an hour? What happens over the course of 4 hours? And the ranges that are there. It shows the vol of price, right? Within price. If we're making steady, like 4 hour blocks higher, you see a green bar for 4 hours. We're not ranging, 50, 100 points. We're making progress to the upside. That's a little bit more positive, right? Especially in range and price. It's showing volatility subsiding. We're getting these giant moves. Another way for you to look at this is it's fairly simple to calculate traditional pivot points in the markets from a day-to-day basis. And if you look at prior highs and prior closes with that math to figure out what pivot points are, you can Google search, just look up traditional pivot point equation, right? It's going to tell you about the prior opening price, prior closing price, and then there's some math done. I don't know it off the top of my head right now. I've got it written down somewhere. I used to know it by heart. I wrote a program for it, and it was done. But if you're looking at these...
Chancellor Merz says, my message to Trump is Germany will fulfill obligations on defense and strengthen its competitiveness.
If you're a member, I have a pivot tool for you, right? That you can use, traditional pivots, and also some Elliott wave weirdness, right? You can choose what you want. If you just look at a daily on a 1 hour chart or a 1 minute, 15-minute chart, you bring up those traditional pivots. It's going to show you the pivot point. That's your intraday positive gamma. If we're trading, here's the pivot point right here. See it right here? It says PP on it. This is like intraday positive gamma. This is intraday negative gamma. It also implies that too. But the key point here is that if you look on a let's say we're trading at the day today, right? Any day of the week, we're trading this. Here, I want to show you this right here. Let me delete all this. Come back to this in a minute. I want to go over this really quick. Get rid of that. Get rid of these triggers. I want to go over something simple here with you. So there's a 1 minute chart right here, right? These calculations here, there's a few things I want you to know about pivot points. So these are trade the trigger pivot points. You can click on this box right here, and you can pick traditional pivots, or you could pick Fibonacci's, depending upon your what you like to trade, I guess, right? But what's really important about this in the background, I have a video about this on the website. But what's really important about this is two key things, especially on the buy side. If you see this R5 and R4, these are outside normal range sigma moves, right? You got a 1 sigma move on a daily basis or on a weekly basis. You start doing 2 sigma rules. If you hit R4, R5, or S2, S4 as S5 down here. These are abnormal outside of range moves. They typically become, it works better on this upside to auto sell. Now, of course, I shouldn't be talking about this where we are because we're going to trade outside of the range frequently, right? These are these big outside moves that we have, right? If you see a big outside move to the upside, this is sell it. Take the money and run. Normally, you'd reject by the time we got to S3. This would be a normal intraday move to S3, or excuse me, R3, or down to S3. You begin to see these like big moves above R3, and this is more of a range than a target up in here. It's like take your money and run. Same thing down below in this S4, S5. But what's more important is what? If you're a crayon eater like me, every morning before market open, this math is calculated for you based on the ranges from prior days. So if you see a move like this, right, our range is going to widen from these calculations. You see a move like that, our range is going to widen, right? And I want you to be always watching for, are we hitting those ranges? Are we swinging wildly up here? Are we swinging wildly down here? Or are our ranges being kept within R1, S2, right? You got a range here, right? Well, this calculates for today, it makes it larger, but let's say today we're stuck in this smaller range, and you'll see the calculations begin to collapse a little bit the following day. So if you're looking for volatility to decrease, you start seeing us making less moves, it can imply that we're going to make a more positive move in the market that we're in specifically right now. When volatility begins to subside in expectations, you start seeing a bottom, let's say, start trading up smaller moves on a 4-hour basis, and we start to see some of this range expectation collapse as well as we're moving up and to the right. And that can imply when we're bottoming in a crash for a little bit more positivity. Shit, I guess I got to do this again, though. At any point, at any rate, if you've got access to these pivots, I want you to watch where they are every day. Even if you're just on a separate layout on TradingView, let's say, You go on a separate layout and trading view, and you just start marking out like R3, R4, R5, maybe R3, R3 and R5, and then mark one out over here, S3, S5 on a separate layout, right? And then you go to the next day, and I want you to mark out again. You can even do boxes, maybe not these big straight lines, probably a bad way to do it, but you could do it like this. Like each day you're like, oh, this was, that was R3. That was S3. And you come in today and you're like, oh, wow, next day it's bigger. Next day it's bigger over here. Oh, hold on here.
Spain following Treasury Secretary.
Let's say today passes and you see this
it defends its interest.
box over here. Box over here. You start seeing like, yeah, price is going down here. Get a little bit of range expansion. Then we're all of a sudden we're back over here. And you get another box up here. Start watching that tighten up. You start making this like, hey, we got volatility, right? Range expansion, tightening up. And I want to just maybe practice this over time so you can see how the market expands and contracts, if that's any help to you while trying to call a bottom. I know a lot of people are trying to call this a bottom. Last Friday, I saw people saying this is bottom. Hey, we're coming into earnings season. You got bears going out there telling you they ain't buying shit unless we're at 4,600. We got a big giant red bar down at 4,100, 4,300, excuse me.
Manufacturing are aimed at cutting dependence on China.
Here's the Friday low, revisited on Monday, revisited in the after hours down here. We know we got some demand going on down here, right? There are some buyers down in here. Shit, I shouldn't have I should have just hit all that stuff.
So keep in mind, just less than 10 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour. See the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories, the forecast is a build of 2.6 million on the prior build of 6.165 million. The range sees a build of 4.87 million to a draw of 2.2 million expected. More comments now from the Indian Trade Minister. Says, in a constant engagement with the US, we will be working with them to take off additional tariffs in the days to come.
So weird using this keyboard.
Ministry. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer.
It's tighter than my other one.
Years worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Well, those gaps down there. We got to talk about this stuff too today. I'm going to bring you back to the, hold on, let me apologize for this, that over there. I got to talk to you about 1929 today. Well, there's 317 down there. $437, $387. We're going down there. I'm going to take you guys back today to 1929.
Feed of U.S. Trade Representative Greer speaking again to Congress, this time to the House Committee.
Then we're going to chat about a bunch of stuff today. The difference between a recession and a depression.
Italy sees 2025 deficit around 3.2% of GDP, narrowing after that.
Last night I was looking at 1929. You know, when you're in a recession, right? They're normally fairly short. And the losses are typically lower, of course, right? We know that. Depression's a little bit different, right? Much larger losses in the market. They last a lot longer. But even stock market behavior is vastly different. I'm going to show you guys what like a recession trade looks like.
5 minutes away from what the
Usually it's weird. It's like year and a half, maybe 3 years, right?
Build of 6.165 million. Gasoline inventories looking for a draw of 1.416 million compared to the prior draw of 1.551 million. Distillate inventories forecast for a build of 0.1 million compared to the prior build of 0.264 million. And Cushing inventories crude prior was a build of 2.373 million.
You believe it or not, have limited losses in a recession. They bounce back quickly.
For nations to cut tariffs and non-tariff barriers in negotiations over the U.S. reciprocal tariffs.
That band up there.
So, Agricultural Secretary Rollins says Trump team's goal is to avoid need for farm aid.
Oh no. If we go to a depression, farm aid will be required.
So U.S. weighing farmer bailout as China retaliation threatens exports.
The argument here is that we're changing our economy permanently. When you make changes like this, there are major, major consequences. You know, and you might think, oh, that's the short-term cap, but it's not. It's in the long term, unlike a recession that may take a year and a half. We're talking a decade-long process, maybe even longer. Restructure the value of the dollar. The stock market, when we enter a depression, can lose what? Last time it lost 80, 90% of its value, right? Small businesses. This morning I heard Bessent saying, or yesterday, he was quoted and it was hit the hot sheets this morning. Bessent saying he's here to save small businesses. Small businesses don't get saved in a depression. They don't get saved in a depression.
The detail into this here, Rollins has said that the administration is considering plans to offer assistance to farmers amid worries that U.S.-China trade war will have a disastrous effect on American agricultural producers.
They blow up. They have to restructure. If let's say I live in New York, and I'm buying hay from a guy across the border in Canada, I now have to find a new hay supplier in the U.S.
To give some context and a bit of color, what happened last time in Trump's first administration. So during a smaller trade fight with Beijing, During Trump's first term, his administration used the Commodity Credit Corporation to offer $28 billion to bail out U.S. farmers. The government-owned and operated entity was created to boost farm income and prices.
I have a family with a ranch.
They did last time when
in Ekalaka, Montana. Actually, I have streets named after the family. When there's always booms and busts, by the way. You're raising some livestock. All of a sudden, there's a bust. So you have to change livestock. All of a sudden, you're raising alfalfa. Then you're raising hay, right? Or we're not raising, but growing instead of even raising animals.
Some inventory orders from China after tariffs.
But that takes time.
Disputes as a risk factor in annual report. Amazon's cancelled orders affect multiple products and vendors.
If we're changing our economic activity, our economy, that stuff takes time. It's not half a year. It's multiple years. It's a matter of these companies going bankrupt, new companies having to form and build. The same thing happens on a ranch. It's not like I just stopped raising llamas and like, oh, just get rid of the llamas, plant some hard winter wheat, we're done. That takes time. Still got our box down below here.
$10 seconds.
TNX looking weak for a squeeze.
Build of 2.553 million. Build of 2.553 million. That's compared to the expected build of 2.6 million. Gasoline inventories, a draw of 1.6 million. 1.6 million of a draw compared to the expected draw of 1.416 million. Distillate inventories, a draw of 3.544 million, a draw of 3.544 million compared to the expected build of 0.1 million, and crude Cushing inventories, a build of 0.681 million, a build of 0.681 million. Seeing here, U.S. Treasury imposes sanctions on U.S. Treasury imposes sanctions on enablers of Iran's nuclear program.
Keep these over here for today.
So U.S. sanctions 5 entities for Iran nuclear program support.
I don't think we have the same problems as 1929, bank runs, kind of like that same thing. The government will print money. We know that. We saw that in COVID. We saw it in 2008. 2008 and 2007, 2008, 2000 and 2001. They were recessions, but they traded like a depression, price-wise.
Discussions with UK trade counterpart.
Still have that target to the upside.
Greer says, just talking about the trade relations here. Nothing of significance, though. Just talk about Kenya.
Think that air. 12:30.
Protect your trades from macro
509, 20.
Introduce Pro.
5.
Only $99 a year for our real-time service.
I guess I could have went that way with it, right? There we go. Down there, 1, back down there.
Trump wants to bring back pharmaceutical tariffs back to the US. So again, Trump wants to bring back pharmaceutical tariffs back to the US.
Let's put the pivots back on now, see where they sit. Right there. Here's your pivot point. At some point today, I want to show you what a recession can look like it's trading, and then what a depression can look like it's trading. Because right now, our market looks very similar to that depression trade when we're revaluing the dollar, our economy, and the stock market in relation to it. I was frightened last night looking at 1929 versus today. We're speed running. We're looking, or I want to say that at the moments where last summer, before Biden had debated Trump, we thought, you know what? Top of the market, January 2025. Biden expected to win. Debate happened. That was out the window. Kamala Harris, she was winning for, I think, 2 weeks. And I said, you know what? We'll stick with that Harris-Kamala top of the market, January 2025. Trump began pulling away almost within 2 weeks, started pulling away. GS said, and not just GS, pretty much everybody had Trump winning, but not only that, take Trump serious, but not literal. He'll likely get his promises to his constituency second half of his term. First 2 years, lots of talk, but it'll take time for these policies to kick in to the point of where we're at today, that should take 3 years, not first 90 days. Instead, Trump speed runs policy, right? We got trade war in April 9th. So we fast forward from pushing this off to 2026 to 2025. Bring it forward, right? And it's so violent that even in 2026, that this roll for 2025 that would take place in 26 that we're pushing forward, the thesis in 26 would be, we'll roll down with a major correction, we'll fail all-time highs, and then we'll have a blast down end of 2026. 27 would be the baddie. The depression, if he literally got all of his policy passed. Fast forward all of that to right now. It's not guaranteed. Things can change. You can't predict this stuff. But if this continues, it doesn't look like, oh, we fail all-time highs, and then end of the year we have a bad downside major crash correction, and then next year is going to be a mess. We're not moving forward 26 and 27 anymore. We're looking something more like 2000 or 2008, where we have a major crash. We do not come back near all-time highs. Where like 560 is your top, and we start to really roll to the downside for multiple years.
The farmer bailout is necessary. Again, it's not clear yet whether farmer bailout is necessary.
Nothing's clear, is it? But everything's been clear, hasn't it? This isn't clear. That isn't clear. Tariffs aren't clear. Reciprocal tariffs aren't clear. Blanket tariffs aren't clear. Bailouts aren't clear. Then you start talking about giving back, you start talking about trading the 4,600, the 4,300. If you looked back on the price action from early 2023 and you look at 4,100, 4,300, those are giant gap ups. There's no support there. You start giving back the entire trade from late 22.
Won't pay tariffs on new aircraft.
If you get this high over here, right, and you think, we're going to go down here, right, we're going to fail this one, have a bigger one like this, then the big roll comes, you can almost reverse this. Instead of this like this right here, you get like, here's the top. We actually crash. And then deeper, and then deeper. None of this like fail that. It's like, nope. Nope. There's no time for you to exit is the point. There's likely real fear going on. Real fear of no exit. These guys are like elephants. If you think about the stock market participants that are large, the big boys, the institutions, they operate under the assumption that they're given opportunities to exit in an orderly manner. When they're not, they panic. When there's no liquidity, they panic. When they try to undo trades, they panic. This looks familiar, doesn't it? Go back and take a look at December 18th. Watch this price action right now and look at the 18th of December. It's very similar price action. It's waiting for an elevator down right now. What's going on, John Haggerty? I don't think there's a bailout in the cards here. Wolf Richter doesn't. Bob Kendall doesn't. Larry Williams doesn't. All these guys are old. They know what's up. You're structurally changing our economy. Or we are, I guess. Whether we like how it's being done or not, that is what's happening. You know, like, people are, you know, the thing about this too is that people think that they understand the effects of stuff like this, and I think there's a portion of society that have a fetish for it. Maybe they've lost a lot in their life. Maybe they lost their job, or they lost their high-paying job, or their wife, or their husband, or whatever it may be. They've felt slighted. They lost. They're old. Grandiose dreams of returning or being remembered for something they wish they had or didn't get. You know, you want to watch the world burn. But the reality is that most people don't understand what that actually entails. I think about COVID, and it was obscene to watch people's reactions during COVID. People fighting in parking lots over toilet paper. You know, my wife, she's a medical professional. She's like a doctor. She does like just sports medicine and kinesiology and physical therapy. Worked with sports teams, professional sports teams in her profession. You know, guys like Brian Urlacher. Pretty cool, right? The show talks to me about how far away or how close America is, or they think they're fine, and how addicted they are to medicine. And she's like during COVID, she's like people act like they can go through like a civil war or this or that or insurrection or not having things. She's like, you'd be shocked.
Keystone Pipeline owner issues force majeure after oil spill.
It's like you'd be shocked at how on the edge they actually are. You know, like you shut their Walmart down or their Amazon or their McDonald's
And be on the bleeding edge of news for
or their medicine,
Then sign up today and get
or they can't afford their medicine.
for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month. And
So you hear like these voices on social media telling you, I want this and I want that. But in reality, they're like 3 days away from freaking out. I need a bailout. I need PPE. Is it no? That was the other thing. PPE was the masks. I need PPP, baby.
Delta Air CEO says that the company has been
Got
clear with
farms claiming they need bailouts right now. We're like day one in what you wanted. Day one. All of a sudden, we're talking about bailouts for the farm, for farmers. Can't make it a week. I thought, what about pulling up our bootstraps? I'm serious. Like, we put ourselves in these situations. I'm just like, bang, 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 bang. Walmart saying Trump tariffs could hit quarterly profits as it tries to keep prices low. If you go to the Walmart subreddit this morning, their top post is their workers showing price changes at Walmart. They're lying. Go there this morning. Go on Reddit. Go to the Walmart subreddit. They're posting largest price change orders that they've ever seen. They're showing these screenshots of changing prices to the upside. They're not going to try to keep prices low for you. Walmart doesn't care about you. Go there and look. You can see it yourself. These are employees of Walmart. They aren't. They're not trying to keep prices low. They got employees. I kid you not. They got employee. This is a quote here. Walmart says Trump tariffs could hit quarterly profits as it tries. That's the out. Usual sellers at 10:30. Remember your rules. 1 minute trigger, 5 minute trigger. You're looking for the break from the prior low, which is right here. You're looking for the door to close. And we're going to look to the downside right here. There's the prior low. Here's the opening price. This turns into yellow. This turns into red. If you are in a trade to the upside, you almost always will be given an exit in an orderly fashion. It is showing support here. You can see there is some buy going on here. So you can see this here. The pre-market low for SPY at least. Doors still not closed for bulls yet. This right here is the opening price. Still haven't breached opening price yet either. VIX 9-day finding support on a prior low at 63. Also sitting on its pivot point. I think we're still bullish here right now. Dixie looking for a breakout to the upside.
S&P 500 touches session low, down almost 0.6%.
That's inaccurate. Hold on here. Nope. Still no session low. That's not true. That's false. Nope, that's correct. SPX just made a new low in the market here. Watch for the sweep lower. This is SPX. Watch out for the equal highs to the downside at 4913 here. Or equal lows, excuse me.
Germany's 10-year bond yield at session low, last down 6.6 BPS at 2.558%. USTR Greers says there is no effort to invigorate trade with Russia with no reciprocal tariff. USTR Greer says Russia is already subject to heavy US sanctions embargoes.
Note that on Monday we had a closed door Fed meeting. We've got Fed meeting minutes coming out here.
Greer says it's Trump's choice whether to raise tariffs on Russia.
Amazon canceled orders affecting multiple products, canceling orders from China this morning. Delta told Airbus it won't pay tariffs on new aircraft. Amazon cited trade disputes as risk factors in its annual report. As warehouse clubs boom, Walmart-owned Sam's Club plans to open 15 stores per year. The warehouse club is speeding up its expansion plans even as tariffs rattle Wall Street.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with financial.
I'm going to read a few things to you here this morning.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be? Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
The gap between market volume and liquidity in the S&P futures is currently the widest in Goldman's data set, according to the bank's trading desk. Why market makers' delta hedging directly influences liquidity. In a short gamma regime, dealers hedge their option exposure by selling weakness and buying strength. This cyclical approach sucks liquidity out of the market. In a long gamma regime, dealers sell into strength and buy into weakness, which is adding liquidity. From Goldman, quote, based on conversation. We talked about this yesterday. I posted this yesterday on FinTwit as a joke response. I posted a chart of Bookmap like this right here and showed the red bar at 4,300 in juxtaposition or contrast to a statement made yesterday from Goldman saying, based on conversations with longer duration investors, it appears they plan to start scaling their purchases of the S&P 500 at 5,000 and become more aggressive in the mid 4,000s. That's 4,600. This target level of around 4,600 is derived from from historical data. The S&P 500 reached a peak of 6,144 on Feb 19 of this year. And looking back at the 12 recessions since World War II, the median price decline from the high mark is 24%, which brings the S&P 500 down to approximately 4,600. But if you look back yourself, just go back and look at early 2023, we had giant gaps up there, and there are gaps down there at 3,100 or 4,100. We've got demand at 4,300. We all know institutions want to be lower than you. We still tend to think that we are in the volatile process of finding a bottom. While we think in terms of tariffs, much of the bad news is priced in and headline risk is tilted to the upside. uncontrolled shock moves in the FX markets are an area of concern. You want to be looking at the yuan versus the dollar for those FX price shocks. But as I showed you on X and Twitter over last night and what I discussed with you this morning, you're looking for a smaller trading range and lower or higher breakouts, so higher lows from the day before, and a tighter range as we begin to bottom and move higher. If you see these wild moves still each day like we did yesterday and on Monday, we're still not done bottoming. So pay very close attention to that bottoming process and our lows and our highs. Like what is the low today, the official low? What is the official high today? And that could give you an easy crayon eater based way to find out if we're actually at bottom or not. I think this holds right here. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm going to get rid of this one here. I think this recovers here. Try that one out right there. Spent a little bit too much time here. Another note from this morning, China has raised retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods to 84% from 34% effective tomorrow. Quote, on April 8th, 2025, the U.S. government announced that it would increase the reciprocal tariff on Chinese goods exported to the U.S. from 34% to 84%. The U.S.'s practice of escalating tariffs on China is a mistake on top of a mistake, which seriously infringes on China's legitimate rights and interests and seriously damages the rules-based multilateral trading system. In accordance with the tariff law of the People's Republic of China, the customs law of the People's Republic of China, the foreign trade law of the People's Republic of China, and other laws and regulations, and the basic principles of international law with the approval of the State Council, starting at 12:01 on April 10th, 2025, the tariff increase measures on imported goods originating from the United States will be adjusted. The relevant matters are as follows. Adjust the additional tariff rate stipulated in the, quote, announcement of the Tariff Commission of the State Council on the imposition of additional tariffs on imported goods originating in the United States. That's the Tax Commission announcement number 4 of 2025 from 34 to 84%. Other matters shall be implemented in accordance with the Tax Committee announcement number 4 of 2025. SPOO's fighting back. Besant this morning making some key headline points. The escalation from China was unfortunate. China can raise their tariffs, but, quote, so what, end quote, because U.S. exports to China are so much smaller than what the U.S. imports are. Quote, no one wins in a war, but the damage to China will be far worse. I want you to note here that I believe China is our number 3 trading partner. I want to say that Mexico is number 1, Canada is number 2, and China is number 3. No one wins in a war, but the damage to China will be far worse. Japan, South Korea, and India want to come to the U.S. for talks. Vietnam is coming to the U.S. today. UK wants tariff relief. It is a good thing that the countries surrounding China all want talks with the U.S. China should move towards consumption. Warns that China not to devalue their currency, says everyone will have to raise tariffs to offset devaluation. Asked about removing China ADRs from U.S. exchanges, says everything is on the table. China stocks squeezing on that news this morning. Making progress with Republican holdouts on reconciliation resolution. That's a message across the bow to you panicans out there. I love that word. Such a shitty word. Those are, panicans, right? Is that what Trump used, I think? JPM CEO Dimon this morning saying it is perfectly reasonable to say trade was unfair. Sticky inflation, though, will not go away quickly. Dimon goes on to say, I am hearing recessionary talk. I expect more credit problems than in a long time. I am not seeing defaults yet, but I expect them. Probably a recession is the likely outcome. Another news note, the U.S. mulls adjusting port fee plan for vessels coming from China, according to Reuters. Quote, President Donald Trump's administration is considering softening its proposed fee on China-linked ships visiting U.S. ports after a flood of negative feedback from industries that said the idea could be economically devastating, according to 6 sources. Among the changes under consideration are delayed implementation and new fee structures designed to reduce the overall cost to visiting Chinese vessels, according to 6 sources with knowledge on the matter. If you have any questions on this, more in depth, look for Binky or John L. on the Discord. I think Condor LVL was also discussing it yesterday, and 45 Forever. I think there's a group of them in there discussing, and Doug Fuller's in there asking about it as well yesterday. Commentary from GS Trading Desk. During our first call this morning, this is actually this morning, with a hedge fund, the manager, like me, remembers the year 2000. He said, quote, Lisa, you are the lowest on the sell side so far, but you simply are not low enough if Trump does not step back. U.S. considering a bailout for farmers. You heard that already earlier.
For non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of
Come on, Spoos. Amazon staying with the market right now. Wedbush this morning saying Trump tariff moves are worst U.S. policy mistake since 1930. The analysts say the tariffs have already created a significant enterprise demand destruction, with capital expenditures and new projects being halted across the country, while business leaders scramble to better understand the chaotic situation. Like in other times of disruption, including the dot-com bubble and the financial crisis, this situation will lead to some buying opportunities and, quote, way oversold tech stocks, the analysts say, but we need to essentially toss out the next few quarters and start to work with some new normal financial models for 2026. We're going to go over that later today. What would be not the bull market trade for 25, but pushing forward and maybe even reversing those 2 years of 26, 27. That would mean that we do not revisit the scene of the crime. We look back more towards 1929, 30, 2008, 2000. We'll take a look at those today, though. We have time later today. Oh, and I got something else for you. Or maybe I'll save that for a private stream for members in the Discord. I'll save that for members. What I'll do today is I'm gonna make this, if I can, if the end of the day is not hectic, I'll do a private stream to show this outcome that I spent last night looking at. It shook me to my core last night. I had to talk to my wife about this last night, too. I think I was talking to my wife last night about it, and I said, I don't know if people actually know how bad that is for a lot of people that are poor. Keep going, baby. Get on up there. Yeah, a little high ticky up here. Want that target right there. Just that little tick. 49 not. You can do it. A little bit more. Come on, big boy. Get up there. Just right there. You don't even need to get above this one. Donald Trump this morning pumping buy DJT. Thanks for wishing me positive vibes. You know, it's not really It's not really a question of positive vibes. It's a question of I've got children. You know, I've got young daughters. I've got a wife. I have to think about my wife and children's future. You know, this is like reality check time, right? I have to always think about their future. I got to think about my future, stuff like that. It's not really the conversations that I'm having with my wife are not like emotional or feeling based. They're, hey, you know, are we okay? Are we okay financially? We're looking at our finances. We're looking at where we're moving money. Are we saving money? We had a conversation last night about reining in all spending, reining in, you know, and thinking 5-10 years down the road here. These are like serious conversations that can be a minefield, and a veritable minefield where you don't want to make mistakes. Come on, keep on pushing, baby. Just want that tick 499.89. Give it to me. Climb back into trend. Climb. One more note for you today. We have a 10-year note auction at 1 p.m. and the FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. I do want to show you something here. I'd really like to see the markets trade higher here before we get to that 10-year auction that's right here. The minutes here at 2 p.m. I don't know if we're going to get there, though. You can see we're trying here. I do want to warn you, though, that on these auctions, we tend to have a hedge that gets popped onto the market into auctions like this. I want to see how high we can get into this auction. There is a fight here to go higher. I'd really like to see us get as high as we possibly can. Right now, though, range expanding. But I do want you to look at it more so like this here. Got a high here on the open, low on the after the open. An attempt to sell at 10:30. Coming at 11 o'clock, we'll find out if we can hold this up. Trading up into this auction. But watch out for a hedging action into this 10-year and these FOMC minutes for a drop. Sellers are here. SPY fighting its way back, looking for the new high. And TNX wants to fuck right now. It wants to go moon time. Make it do something? Oh man, I'm want to buy a bunch of puts here. The only thing I'm asking myself in my head is, do I do it now or do I wait for 12:30ish? I'm getting pretty fucking bearish here. I'm looking for a rug pull. There's no market up there. And there is some targets up here. Failure to get a new high right now. So you guys can see this here. Just watch this closely here. You get the high, lower high, and now a next lower high. This is no bueno. Don't like seeing that at all. Market's hedging itself right now. If you can't see, it's clear as day. One second, I got something I got to do. Jesus Christ. TNX on the move again. Sorry about. Apologize. My news squawker turned off.
Chile minister says that Chile hasn't had contact with the US on copper tariffs.
We had some commentary from the Fed's Musalem this morning saying, I expect the U.S. economic growth this year to materially below estimated 2% trend. Inflation expectations remain anchored. It is necessary for the Fed to keep them that way. Financial conditions have tightened, but I do not see market dysfunction in recent volatility. Tension between the Fed's dual mandate goals are risks of slower growth and higher inflation begin to materialize. Markets are responding to reassessments of global growth. Business contacts say they are not turning to layoffs, but are taking a wait-and-see approach to hiring and capital spending plans. We will take a balanced approach to monetary policy as long as inflation expectations remain anchored. He goes on to say two negative things. It is risky to assume the Fed can look through higher prices from tariffs. There is a chance some effects could persist. This is on the thesis of one-time hits to inflation from tariffs that do not become sticky or persistent.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Michigan governor is meeting with Trump later today.
Baseline outlook is not for recession, but slipping confidence, higher prices, and a blow to household wealth point to slowing growth. This is what I was talking to my wife about last night. I expect to see a handful of countries open markets to U.S. exports, which will help make it easier to manufacture products in the U.S. That's from Greer, U.S. Trade Representative. Greer goes on to say U.S. businesses will become more efficient when they have access to overseas markets. Trump's power to levy tariffs isn't unlimited. Now, Trump is also expected to sign an action on shipbuilding today. Greer goes on to say we will do what the law requires in terms of seeking congressional approval on tariff deals with other countries. HYG still looks like shit. SPOO's making another attempt to go higher now. Into 12 p.m. We'll see if it can make this target here. It also now needs to fight back on this prior high right here. Four-hour basis looks good on SPY. 1 hour basis looks indecisive right now.
On to Axios, Fed's market says tariff price hikes could start by June.
Tesla looking bullish right now.
Further into this, trade war is likely to cause fewer jobs and higher prices, according to Fed's bargain, but price hikes may not show up until the summer as companies work through pre-tariff inventories.
Rid of that one. You ain't going up there. You ain't going up there.
We have posted out the Axios piece on the Financial Newsfeed for you to read through. Barkin says businesses are struggling with confidence. Do you want to protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro? Now only $99 a year for our real-time service. Barkin says price surges requires Fed to be cautious.
second bear plane forming on SPOOs. Dixie climbing. VIX 9-day climbing.
More from the Axios piece. Barker thinks tariffs to hit both inflation and employment.
Be 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Note the series of lower highs.
We have posted out.
What's going on with this?
U.S. Defense Secretary.
Well, there. I don't know what's going on with this news squawker here.
CG hold a joint press conference in Panama City.
Hopefully that's better. Just a note here on these series of lower highs over here. Got a lower high here, lower high here, lower high here. Now another lower high here. It's beginning to break trend to the downside.
And also the day before that, he said said that he actually said the same thing. He did say China did not build and will not weaponize Panama Canal.
Also have a secondary bear plane here. You have one bear plane here, second bear plane here. Watch out to the downside.
So those are the comments that were made before from Hegseth. We have put out the feed of the live video on the feed to watch.
Sorry about that pause. I had a few things I had to do here. Oh, thanks, Fast Eddie, for helping me with the home network.
According to National Retail Federation and Hackett Associates, import cargo at major US container ports is expected to drop dramatically beginning next month. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
You guys want to see my keyboard? Hold on a second here. Hold on 1 second here. Hold on. All right, hold on 1 second here. Where's my phone?
Trade Representative Greer says agricultural trade with the EU has been fundamentally unfair for decades.
Apologize for that. I'm looking for my I lost my phone. So I've been working on a second office, and it's been the source of nightmares for me. And along the way, I've been putting off getting a keyboard. So I can't find my phone right now because I've been like, when I'm done here, I'm just working on this office. I spent last night replacing RAM and ROM in the computer for the second stream. And I got a new keyboard. Finally. I've been talking about this for like a year. And this keyboard is just degraded over the past year. So whenever I have a lot of things going on in the background already. So when I'm typing in text chat or DMs or anything like that, my keys are quite sticky. So I'll be typing and it looks like it's like I'm typing rocks in my mouth. Like a sticky key that I'll miss. Like a misstroke, and then I go back to strike it again. And it's like unnatural for keystrokes. I don't know if that makes any sense. So then I got a new keyboard. It's a mechanical keyboard. It's kind of nice. I'm happy with it. It's got the little tack, 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 tack. Can you hear it? I don't know if you can hear it. Oh, wait a minute. I fucked up. So Oopsie. Rare. So but this new keyboard is tighter in size. Like it's like, 2 or 3 millimeters smaller. Like maybe a millimeter or two smaller. So now my fingers, I just installed this thing last night. Hang tight one more second. Here, I'll take a picture of it and put it in the Discord. So I installed this thing last night, and it's not the same size keyboard. If you guys do a lot of typing, like I type all day long. That's all I do. Whack, whack. It's like when you guys see me on the show here, I'm like reading news feeds. I'm looking at charts that update every few seconds. A bunch of different stuff. So like from my end, I have a lot going on. I should take a photo of what you don't see behind the scenes. I think I've done that before, but I'll take another one. Because you guys just see me, this little square right here, and a couple screens, and you're like, yeah, he's got the fucking screens up and he's good to go. But I'll show you what goes on, what the sausage making, as they say in the background. And I'm also trading, and I'm chatting in our Discord, and I'm looking at all this other crap that's going on in the background, trying to adjust stuff, and I'm trying to get a lot of stuff going on. So I sit here and my keyboard is going all day long. I'm like, bap, 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 bap. And I'm not looking at what I'm typing while I'm replying. Like I'll read a question or a comment or something. It's like I got 1, 2, 3, 4 chats going at once. I can't even look at Twitter chats. I can't look at I got like this stream goes off in like 4 or 5 different places. Normally 6 different places. And it gets restreamed in other places like Discords and in Europe and places like that. We have like anywhere from 10 to 15,000 viewers a day. Could be more than that. Some of it I don't see. People have asked me, can I restream your stream in my Discord? I'm like, yeah, of course. Just thanks for asking, right? So I'm trying to read all these chats. Like if you think I don't want to answer you, if you ever think like, why doesn't he answer my question? It's not because I don't want to. It's because I've either missed that part of the chat or I'm just reading what's in front of me at that moment. But then I'll try to reply to somebody as I'm in an active trade, or I'm trying to look down here at something else, and I'm like typing without looking and not looking at much else. So with this horrible keyboard, it's like I don't know. No, the sky is blue, but it's typed out like, TPE, this, that, and the other thing, and it kind of looks garbled. And it would seem like it's an easy thing, like, just spend the extra few seconds on your responses or questions you have of people or whatever, but there's so much going on that it has to be as quick as possible. Is the most efficient thing I can do. But of course, I've got this horrible keyboard, and this keyboard is a mess. It's not this new one, the old one. I'm gonna take a picture of it and post in the Discord the new keyboard. But I just have to get familiar with it, and you will likely see a better or a more accurate response in the Discord. I hope. At least the keys aren't sticking, and I can train my fingers for these like slight things that I'm doing. So anyways, long story short, I'll take a picture and send it to you guys right now. Should I take like an action shot, maybe? don't know if that. Well, I gotta make it like an action shot. I'm like horrible with like. I use things till they break. I'm kind of like that buy it for forever kind of guy. Move all that out of the way. I got like wires and stuff. Kind of pretty. I think it looks good. Whoa. Let me do it through my phone here. It's like, it's really easy. Like, it's really easy for me to there you go. I just posted it. It's really easy for me to get really behind really fast. Like we don't have a lot. I don't have a lot of down days.
Says that they see opportunity to gain share amid uncertainty.
I don't have a lot of down days here, so like as an example, so like you think about it like this: if I go through the full year, normally I would like stop streaming for 2 or 3 weeks and like do this work. Like, oh, I'm going to build out this office, right? And we're going to stop streaming for 2 or 3 weeks, and I'll do all this work. And right now we have the stream on as many days as we we have it on 5 days a week, but guided streams 4 days a week. And trying to do this back end stuff is like, that's why with like the typing and stuff, I can get bogged down quickly. Where just it's like 24 hours, no sleep, no eating. I could answer emails. I could just spend 8 hours a day answering emails. So it's easy for me to get mired in stuff. So like I gotta do it like as quick as I possibly can, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I know it's kind of pretty. I got it because
Wall Street Journal just adding to
suck it, Pips.
More than 150 Chinese citizens joined the Russian army to fight Ukraine.
They're claiming that it looks a little too feminine.
Just providing the Wall Street Journal piece.
I got it because I have a very young daughter. I still have a young daughter who is in first robotics, and she wanted a mechanical keyboard to change the keys and the LEDs. You guys are terrible. You guys like gotta be manly man at all times. I have a baby. Like she's still a baby to me. She's 12. She's my little baby still. And I still do like the girly girl things with my there we go. Get on up there. Get on up there. Get up there and give me that high right now.
And for anyone interested in reading the article, protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
I know. I know.
So the reports indicated deeper Chinese involvement in the war than previously known, although a Western official said the men were most likely mercenaries. And China on Wednesday denied any military involvement in Ukraine after Kiev said it had captured 2 Chinese men in the nation's east.
Oh, I missed the knee. I just said I got a new keyboard, but patience. Just watch this. I want you to watch this prior high right here. And this high right here. Up here. Just note that we can get a pullback in here. There's one. We're also the hourly trigger. So we could see a reversal here, racing gains. If you want to get out, you can get out here. So I got this. Oh, another thing. Yesterday I talked to you guys about my troubles. So I have an Asus router. I moved it, and when I started resetting everything up, that switch like fucked it up. Like I got my router is all jacked up. Last night I had to work on that. I think I have to reset the entire router. And I'm going to replace it. And I'm sending back the TP link, hotspot stuff, and the switches, and all the router, and all the other crap for the Ubiquity lineup. Figures 1 day late, right? So my network's a disaster right now. It's like full on disaster. $12.30. Note here, you're likely going to see hedging come into the market. We have a 10-year note auction at 1 p.m. Asus. Is it Asus? Is that how you pronounce it? Yeah, Asus. Jesus. Is it Asus? I think it's Asus. Asus? Asus. That's how it's pronounced. Asus. An Asus router. It's not Asus. I thought it was ASUZ, but I think it's ASUS. They do a good job. They got shit on for a lot of years. I have an Asus graphics card, some kind of beastie thing over here. And that people used to shit on them as a company, but they have a kick-ass history. They used to make like really shitty graphics cards and stuff like that, but then they created a second company that they owned that rivals anything out there, and they like competed with each other, and one went bankrupt, or they had to shut one down because it was out competing the other one. You know, check out the history of that company. They got a really neat history. But their routers have been awesome. I've had great experience. I'm able to put like a VPN inside the router. I'm able to bypass ATT. Like I have to use the ATT router, but I can tunnel right through it. It's really cool. I've been really happy with Asus as a company. But I'm gonna stick with the garden of Ubiquity, I guess, as we expand here. Hey, I got no problem. I love Hispanics. I love Mexican food. I like Mexico, 100%. I like all Hispanics. I like Cubans. Like Hispanic culture is badass. I'm down. Totally down. Yeah, they do a good job. Asus, I think it's pronounced Asus, but I say Asus.
Speaking of the DC Economic Club.
But I like their products, and I didn't know a ton about their history. When I first started using their stuff, I got shit on a lot. Because I use I got something cool for you. So I have a legitimate local computer repair guy, and he reminds me of you never met you meet the Zohan or something. But he's like really technically inclined. He's got an accent, thick, like Middle Eastern accent. He's got a little shop in a strip mall, and he's a badass. He's saved my ass so many times, and you can't find that anymore. I don't think. Like, I got to go to Micro Center or Best Buy or something. This guy was like a legitimate old school like TV repair type guy, like an old school. He's got like a Radio Shack. His whole spot, like his lab or whatever. I actually have that nearby, and he used to shit on me years ago for using that stuff. But I was right. He was wrong, and I made fun of him. I didn't make fun, but I was like, I told you I was right. And they were like subterfuging, like the whole like the market for RAM and not ROM but RAM and shit like that, and graphics card processors. And I've had great experiences. I've had outstanding experiences with them as a company. I'm kind of sad to see that I'm growing out of them because they've been really good to me.
According to a source here,
Not that guy, but Asus.
SOFR option trade targeting Fed cut.
Shit, I'm going to have to get out here.
June. It's a heavy demand seen over the US morning session for an upside SOFR options hedge via June tenor targeting Fed policy rate
Come on.
as low as 1.5.
I just want the fucking last squeeze up here. Not going to happen, is it? S&P 500 looking pretty bullish here as we come into a 10-year note auction. And I'm trying to start cutting here. See if I can get a fill here.
Barkin says, I'm watching consumers most closely.
If you look down here, there's like this prior high right here. And then that one right there. I think we can go to this one, but I'd really like that one right there. That half-hour trigger. 5030 and 5050.
Barkin says, I worry if close to a moment where consumers decide to pull back. So far, that
I just caught a fill just then. I'm out. Just note here.
wide range of government policy outcomes.
5030 5050. I'm out on the hourly trigger here.
Carney says, if you
It's a good run. I got this run right here. I caught this one.
will develop both clean energy and the lowest
How
carbon.
about that one right there? I stayed in to see if we'd blast up, but we didn't. So I just got out right here. I tell my trades in the Discord.
Still spending.
I have a website called tradethetrigger.com. I started this. If you're watching the show right now,
Bargain says the biggest thing to affect consumer spending is whether they have a job. Second is confidence. And the third is a wealth effect. Carney says Canada will use domestic energy to displace imported energy, including energy imported from the US.
we started this with just friends. It was just a group of friends trading together. We got insanely crazy, huge years ago, like 3 years ago. We shut it down. We would cut like thousands of members at a time.
Correction isn't what leads to consumer pullback.
It was just too big. So now what we do is we have a smaller community in a garden. What's good about that is I've always felt as though our community meant more than anything. I was taught that by mentors I always felt like the missing piece for me was trading. It's a very lonely thing to trade alone every day, and having friends and people that I can trust, that win and lose together, can trade together. Very smart people I've become friends with and respect and trust. So I'm not a furu or anything like that. I'll never be your furu. Don't ever think that I'm a furu. I'm not that guy. I'm not the guy that like gives you a top line after a report from the day before. You'll know how I feel, right or wrong, before it happens. You know how people give you all three answers? I'll give you those, but I'll tell you what I think happens. And our community is rad. It's we had to close it off because it was just too big. We would attract bots, scammers, wolves, all kinds of nonsense. So we made it a closed community, and it's been fabulous, been wonderful. We all come from different backgrounds. Some of us are like, different political backgrounds, different cultural backgrounds, disagree in a lot of different things, agree on some things, agree on a lot of things. And but what we do is come together to trade and make money together. And the great part of it is we've got guys that trade currencies, we've got guys that trade retirement accounts, dividends, stocks, Globex, futures,
leading edge of news for
options selling, owning the market, you name it. We got like bears, like
for a year's worth of our
we
service
got like
for the price of 1 month.
Northman trader bears that live and die by selling. We've got perma bulls. We've got everybody, and we've got some really trusted people. We have a quant. Actually, we have licensed guys and our people that I've got very close friends that are professionals in the market. That I really trust. And so there's not this like top down thing where it's like Captain Jim James is the furu. It's not like that. It's more like trusting great traders and trusting our community, trusted members, trusted moderators. And it's not a pump and dump room. We don't allow any of that shit. There's no like I tell one guy. I've been a part of those places. Where the ringleaders telling the fucking captains and the captains are telling lieutenants by the time it gets down to the membership, you're fucking pump and dump and all that kind of shit. We don't do any of that nonsense. And it's a really good community. It's amazing. TradeTheTrigger.com. It's cheap too. And we've got some cool tools in there. We got we have pro level like we got like pro level like tools from Unusual Whales and Tradie Ticks, and we have a gamma tool in there as well from BB Bot. They're all the highest level you can pay for, all complimentary. Then we've got triggers, and we've got even the supporter level gets access to manipulated charts with triggers for the top 15 traded stocks out there and indexes. We put out Elliott wave projections. We dump a bunch of gamma in there. Gamma stuff. Then we have access to a Bloomberg terminal, so we put Bloomberg stuff inside the Discord, and it's really cool. So if you're ever interested, check it out. If you don't like it, demand your money back. Say I don't like this shit. It's cheap. I think it's $28 or $30 you pay for the year. I've never raised prices. All this inflation we've gone through, haven't raised any prices. And I'm getting eaten alive by that, and haven't done any of that. As a matter of fact, if I ever do raise prices, original members will never pay any higher. If you're an original member here, I should say that to you. If you're a member right now, like if you're a paying member supporting what we do here, I don't take any sponsors. I don't sell Ginsu knives. I don't push products here. I don't I don't have any like affiliate links for like any of this stuff. Like none of that stuff, none of this stuff. So, and I could do it, but I don't. If you're an original member, I will always want you to know that if I ever raise prices, you guys I'll never do that to you guys. You guys that have supported what we do here, never ever do that to you guys. So Yeah, I don't know what to say to you guys other than I love you and I appreciate the support that you've always given to make sure we do this.
So, a reminder with the Wall Street.
You guys are my family and my friends. Truly, I spend all my time with you guys.
Join the rush.
I literally, like, outside of my family and a few close in-person friends, few.
By the Wall Street Journal.
Like in real life, I've got one friend that I see on a weekly basis. I have another guy or two that I travel to see, and then I spend most of my time with my wife and children. So the rest, you guys see me more than my family, who I cherish. So I really appreciate that how strong our community is. Our community is awesome. We got some really gangster traders, and the coolest part about our community too is if you're a young trader, not young like 18, but like new to the market, or you lose a lot of money. Our mentors are not there to encourage you to continue to blow your shit up with zero dates. We try to stop you from doing that to become a winning trader. If you guys see me trade zero dates, that's not how I trade most of the time. I buy big spreads in the market. I own the market. I sell options against the market. That's how I mostly do things. I actually take those winnings to trade zero dates. So it's not like if anyone out there is watching this show and you think that I make my money from zero dates, some weeks are good, some weeks are bad. When they're good, I take that money out. Like that money comes out of market and I start over again. Like I literally reset myself because I do blow up accounts with zero dates, or zero date accounts I blow up. You guys will see me win here. Anyone here that's watched me for years has watched me get annihilated. This is no holds barred.
Says if we see high inflation and high unemployment, the Fed would handle the response with judgment. Also,
no lipstick on a pig, no lying, none of that bullshit. Like, I edited a video together, so it looks great. Like he's a rock star. He always wins. It's not the case. Like trading in real life is not like that. I say I have anymore, but I don't.
Carney says his government will set up.
But I used to print out all my trades and bring them to my
energy projects.
My tax guy, and it was
within 2 years.
It was like a rap sheet. I guess I feel better that it's not printed on paper anymore, but these are all my trades. That's pretty cool. Great community. It really is badass community. Zero date buying is good money. Well, there's like two things there's 1, 2, and 3 dates really suck these days.
List of major projects in the national interest.
You gotta understand that. Here's a better example. So, before I started streaming, I got to a point where I wasn't taking too many trades. I was able to discipline myself to be very patient in the market. It's a good question. So I was very patient in the market. So I was mostly like enjoying life. I'll be honest. I was enjoying life. I'd take a few trades, maybe a month at most. Sometimes not even that many. I did a more
of Nvidia's H20 chip crackdown after Mar-a-Lago dinner.
I would do more research than I did actual trading. Like I would look for lows, let's say in Apple or Tesla before an earnings season, and then time an entry for a print weeks in advance. And my friends were getting annihilated in the market, and I was like, "Well, you guys do?" I was like, "What do you like? How do you trade?" And I was shocked at how people trade. Like when you ask somebody, do you keep an actual journal? You want to see my trading journal? Can I show you you show me yours, I'll show you mine. And you guys aren't using these tools. Like these are basic things that everybody should like etch in stone. And I spend so much time here with you guys. And I'm trying to, like, I feel bad for my friends, and it like grew into this like there was a moment where I was thinking about retailers. There was a moment in like there's been a rise of retail since about 2000, I want to say 2016 to 2018. And it started to like really, really hit the top of a curve where they matter, and they have the best access to information that they've ever had in the market. Like, if you remember, if anybody here ever was involved in markets during the Yahoo days, Yahoo message boards, back before the Chinese bots took over. I don't know if any of you remember those days out there, but guys would upload like Excel spreadsheets with gamma profiles, and you'd have to figure out on your own how to get a gamma curve, and or even just like net gamma in a market. It was not easy. Now you just hit a button, or you don't even hit a button. You just turn on a website, and it's done for you. What's fascinating too is I still do those charts every morning. I kid you not. Well, my oldest daughter does them for me now. We've automated it, but I taught her how to do it. So the point, though, is that
we're not pursuing austerity that will leave us dangerously dependent and reliant on the US.
I had to make a decision as to what we were going to do here, and there were a few things that I noticed. I noticed that there's a lot of glossiness in YouTube and Twitch and TikTok. There's a lot of like, hey, I'm in my Lambo and I'm in my personal jet and all this other nonsense. And
from the top of the hour, we get the US 10-year note auction with a prior bid cover of 2.59 and a prior high yield of 3.10%. Also,
People-
the US looking to sell $39 billion of the 10-year notes reopening. Just looking at some research here then. So
should have stayed in.
Positioning
Dang it.
data shows speculators were net short 106K ultra 10-year note futures and 863K 10-year note futures. Possible source of covering demand for the auction.
Oh, should have stayed in.
JP Morgan say, given
Oh, no, man.
The strategists see the auction as requiring from Tuesday's closing levels in order to be digested smoothly.
I didn't want the risk of the auction. It's like I had to make a decision. I was like, what are we doing here? Like, what are we trying to do? And I think the first rule is if you have the rise of retail and Wall Street is against you. I have friends on Wall Street. I have friends at the CME. Whenever I'm bullshitting with them on the phone, they hate you guys. They hate me. They hate you guys. You are, when they say dumb money, it's worse than that. And they make a lot of money. They're long and short. They know how to wrap trades so they never lose. You guys are normally like long or short, right? It's one and done. You have one thesis, you stick to it, and you're wrong on the internet, right? These guys don't care. These guys are there to make money no matter what. But if retail could ever become that more of a power, that right now I think retail's 20 or 25% of the market, but they're the dumb money because they can be whipsawed around. Like, if you're a Wall Street participant, you're buying right here, or buying 70s or 60s or 50s or even zeros right here. They don't care. They like, it's not. It's like this. It's a regimen of trading. Trade for 20 years, And anyways, my thought was we'd keep it simple and try to be a honeypot for losing traders and new traders. Like, hey, come, let me keep this simplified. I'll trade SPY with you. Now we have the advent, of course, of prop firms. So you'll hear people be like, bro, you got to do that. You do like automated prop firms. You fund like 20 accounts and you automatic trades and get the money back. And I'm so cool and whatever. But most new traders, they trade what they like Bitcoin, AMD, Tesla, Apple, whatever the soup du jour is. GME, it doesn't matter. You got to think, we all forget about young retail traders, not young in age, but young to the market and what they're looking at. And like futures is boring. I'm sorry. If you like futures, that's cool. If it's a soup du jour today, that's funny. But most new people are not there. And they're not ready to trade futures either, in all honesty. So it's an easy one to just say, hey, do you know what the SPY is? And it's a bridge between trading, let's say, GME or Tesla to something that you can always trade over and over. It's always there for you. The SP 500 is a gateway from really risky behaviors to something that's stable, consistent, predictable, and can keep you in the market for long periods of time. The SP 500 is one, like, you ever notice the violence in NASDAQ versus S&P 500? And Dow Jones can be a little bit more old manny to some extent, like for old men, what I see. But like the most balanced index is normally S&P 500. And it's a great tool. You learn how to trade that. You learn how to trade NASDAQ. You learn how to trade small caps. You learn how to trade oil and gas, or not gas, but oil. You know, learn how to trade bonds. You learn how to trade DIA, through triple leverage DIA. But these are tools you can always come back to. There may be a time when Apple's in a bear market during a bull market, or Tesla's in a bear market during a bull market. You can always go back and trade the S&P 500. So it's like it's an easy way to get people to say, hey, look, you want to like slow down a minute, stop losing money. And if you want to really like change your life and do this for a living for the rest of your life, it's an easy way for me to get you into my Discord and say, okay, what are we going to do now with you? So, which is probably not trading zero dates on the SPY.
We get the US with the
you know what I mean? Like, hold on one second here.
Of 2.59 and a prior high yield of 4.31%.
All right, sorry about that. I've got a bunch of that equipment being returned right now. Squeezing higher now, trading 501.78. We'll see if we can tag that number I gave you in the Discord. And so I'm here all day long, right? I'm here now like 5 days a week, right? I'm here a lot, like. I watch the markets at nighttime. I wake up at 2 a.m. I literally, I check the market at 9, 2 o'clock in the morning, 4 a.m., depending upon the days of the week, what's going on. I will wake up, I eat shit and sleep. Stock market. That's what I do. I eat shit. And all of our mentors do, too, depending upon what it is they do. Like an example, David AMS watches Globex, right? All the time. On the opposite side of my schedule. Our people are in this market nonstop. So I'm bored. I'm like, oh, yeah, I know we're going up here. I know we're making this leg higher. I'm like, I'm going to try to get in here and run this thing up. And why? So you're like, why trade zero dates? One, so SPY zero dates are an entry-level drug. If you don't know, back in the day, I was an original Wall Street Bet member. Some of you guys know that. I was in Vegas Bets. Some of you in here, I've got friends in this Discord that were in Vegas Bets with me back in the day. Way back in the day. And there are some other private subreddits too that have originated later on, but that was the original one. The vaunted history of Wall Street Bets was when it started, it was professionals, and they wanted a place to shitpost and blow off steam. And that was a very small subreddit back in the day. You know, I'm talking like no one was in there. And you would get insta-banned if you weren't a professional and could prove yourself with credentials. And if you were, eventually they let retailers in, they ban you and they let you in because you'd beg and say, I'm going to college and I can't afford it. My father hates me. My mom kicked me out. My dog died. And so they'd have you prove yourself and give you a free trade to pay your way through college. Basically, that's the gist of it. I grew from there into other things, but where you could prove yourself as a trader, you show your bona fides, you say, here's my year, I made a bunch of money, can you teach me your ways? And they would take you under their wing and mentor you, these professionals. And they thought it was funny and cool because they were, this was a secret society, right, of professional traders. And they thought it was great to let in some shitty retailer that just happened to be great at the stock market. Didn't get a finance degree from Bentley. And so in that history, that nod to that history, arbitrage was taught to retailers. And so even today, like when you don't understand why people trade 0-day calls and puts, it's arbitrage. It's basically what it is. Excess or no pricing into a stock option with no intrinsic value that can move quick. So if you know you're going to get a directional move that's quite large, you can make a year's salary in a day. You can make a lot of money. You can blow a lot of money too, but you do have finite losses. It's not like trading futures, right? Where you can get margin called. You know what your risk is. It's usually
4.465% before the $39 billion auction.
It's usually cheap. You know, well, it's not usually, but you should make sure that your bet is cheap if you can. This is like sports gambling to an extent. You're looking for inefficiencies. Well, dealers haven't priced this move in, right?
Your trades from macro headline,
and it might cost me 10, 20, 30 cents
$99 a year for
to make 3, 4, 5, 600%, and I can take that trade 10 times. Does that make sense? I can burn on high delta calls or puts for this directional trade. And you're like, oh, he burned a trade. Oh, he burned another trade. Yeah, but the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one didn't get burned. And those are printing high money, lots of money. We have people in our Discord that'll tell you, they'll show you their books. I was just on the phone the other day with a buddy, and he was showing me his books, and he's like, you know, I made 150K in one day. I made 60K in one day. I made 30K in one day. Now, they have large drawdowns, too, where they get eaten alive. The trick with that stuff is that you remove that money and you invest it in a less risky trading behavior, or you remove it from the market. But a lot of traders don't do that. They think they're the best trader in the world. They eventually hit, you know, jackpot, or not jackpot. Is that good or bad? I don't know. But like they burn. They go on a bad run of losing trades. So we try to correct those behaviors as well. Zero dates can be a good tool to make money, but it leads to other bad behaviors, and it should never be. Oh, God damn it.
2.67.
I'm going to cry right now.
35%, 4.435%. He was selling $39 billion of the 10-year notes and awarding 59.99% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 10.7%, and direct 1.4%, indirect 87.9%. So the US 10-year draws 4.435% versus 4.65% pre-sale when issued yield.
God, I should have diamond-handed. God. are now $5.22. Fuck me. Oh.
Also, I said it.
Now, yesterday, someone was saying to me, please don't say that word. Oh, I don't want to look at this. There's your arrow. You see it? You see it now? Woo! Woo! Take the money and run. Don't be dumb. We're on the half-hour trigger on SPX. We hit our target of 50.70. I showed you earlier the target of 50.70. We just tagged it. Take the money and run. Close them. Doesn't matter if we're going up.
The markets here did
Take the money.
Move towards it. Well, did see strength from the Dixie and some strength from the S&P 500 after that 10-year note auction.
We have more to close higher, by the way.
Speaking on Fox News, Rollins saying that the market is adjusting.
5100's next target. Yesterday someone got mad at me because I said "God damn," right? On stream. Number one, we're here to make money. Number two, I had to make a decision what I was going to be when I did this, and I promised myself I wouldn't be your furu. I promised myself I would be real. I promised myself that I wouldn't wear.
We will see very quick relief.
A polo shirt or a button-up shirt. You'd get me in real. So I'm going to swear. I'm going to say things you might not agree with. I'm going to say things that make you angry sometimes and make you happy sometimes. But I want you to know that you're getting the authentic me, and that I'm not sitting here presenting myself to you like a human resources would. I can do that. I had a professional career where I had to present myself in a certain way, but I want to be authentic to you. And I know that as a trader, it's a very solitary life. I've had times where I stopped trading for months at a time. I've had times where I broke it.
Says, no beef from Argentina, no dairy from Canada.
No, I've never I'm not this person in real life. I broke a desk down once to small pieces, an old antique desk that I owned. I literally broke it down. I asked my wife, I said, can you guys leave right now and just go to the park, hang out, do something? My wife left, and I started breaking a desk down piece by piece. This was years ago, but I was so angry at myself for what I had done to myself and the damage that I had done to myself in a trade that I lost. And I was so angry. But I always told myself I'm not.
After good demand at the 10-year note auction.
I would see. Did you take the money and run like I told you to?
Bid cover was 2.59, and the 10-year note bid cover.
You're welcome.
2.67.
As a solitary trader, I never liked watching like YouTubers and being like, man, that guy never loses. That guy looks so perfect. That guy has white teeth. That guy has perfect smile. Like it's like a used car salesman vibe. Like I've never gotten the vibe of the bro. It's not tech bro. It's like bropreneur. I don't know what that image is that's pushed out there. It's just like this, like it's a weird vibe. It's like
thinking about water mitigation for farmers. It looks
not real alpha. It's like bullshit alpha, not alpha, like not stock market alpha, like alpha bro shit. I've never understood it. I was more like the soccer player. I was a soccer player in college, so I like hung out with the hockey team and soccer players, and I was never that bro. I never understood that. Like I'm too cool for school, and I would hang out at the bar and fist pump and stuff. I was never that guy. I was the guy at the bar that wanted to dance. You know, then I'd like, hey, let's go to a rave and party and dance, and I'll dance with whoever's there. I don't care, and let's have some fun, right? That kind of stuff. So you'll get me who I really am on this show. Do you really want me to turn into that? I don't know. Most people say no.
Fox News.
I think there's a lot of those options out there though too. And that was what I had noticed, was that there wasn't a lot of options for real life on at that time. There wasn't a lot of options out there to watch a real trader that loses money and gets emotional, or gets upset. You know, I could trade both sides, bro. I'm bi-curious. I can trade it up. I can trade it down. I never get emotional. I never get angry. You know, I think that's all bullshit. We have to deal with that and process that. And we go through this alone. My wife, my children, my neighbors, my friends don't understand this at all. I can't tell my best friend that I blew up his paycheck this week. I can't tell my best friend that I made 5 years of his salary the next week. They don't know how to process that stuff. They really don't. And they think you're a gambler, and they think you're crazy. And they have a bunch of, I used to talk about this. I shouldn't have, but I did. And it didn't help in any way, shape, or form relationships that I had in real life. So it's better not to be spoken about. Did you take the money like I told you to? Hopefully you did. This is the monthly trigger right here. We just rejected it. So anyways, that's the explanation if you're new to the show. You want like the brief top line explanation. I do have a business degree. That helps you. I do have a business degree. I have a lot of experience in doing a lot of what Doge does. That's what a lot of my career was revolved around. I was the bad guy. You didn't want to meet me in my profession.
18 federal agencies to fire thousands of federal workers.
Never again. Always want to be the good guy now. Yeah, it's not easy, man. Yeah, I think it's hard for people to grasp sizing. I think even as a trader, if I remember back when I first started trading, when I was trading $1,000, I'm like, there's no way I can trade more than that. Then like 5,000, then 10,000, then 20, then 30, then 50, then 100, then 150, then 200, then 300, then 400, then $500,000, and not actually. I've never hit no. I've never hit four. I've had about 400 and something thousand right now, but I've never hit $500,000 in a single trade, or a cumulative trade, I should say, on one issue. I'm trying to thinking through all of this right now, but think about the fact that scaling is difficult as a trader. And those same issues
canceled any orders
apply to people that don't trade and how they view you.
Investor meeting. So Walmart CEO says we have not canceled any orders yet from China, India, and Mexico.
Okay, so now we are looking towards it's 1:12 in the afternoon. We're through the 10-year yield. TNX getting shanked to the downside. It is good to see this. Let me show you this really quick. I've been looking for this, and I want to show you why here. I talked about it this morning. This matters to you. This is TNX, okay? I showed you this morning about this rise here and how we blasted to the depths of hell. But remember supply and demand, right? Demand, supply. And you want to know, is there more supply or not? I realize that how we get rates does not matter with supply and demand. Well, it kind of does.
But the destination is unknown.
You know, if the Fed didn't show up to a bond auction, we'd be fucked, right? So my question is, who's showing up here at these bond auctions? We know who it is, right?
Barkin says everyone says they'll pass on costs.
It's the Fed.
The consumer is also exhausted by high prices.
So
Barkin says everybody's guess as to GDP impact of tariffs.
So is the Fed here? Did the Fed touch you or not? And that's what I want to know, because this level that we're at right now, this level, the Fed knows that if they don't show up, if the Fed don't show up and this rank starts cranking here, well, I'll tell you why I swear here in a second, why I swear so much, because I was never a person that swore. So we want to see this. We want to see this supply right here. Simply explained. We want to see the Fed injection here. We want to see this come down, at least for a moment here. Why do I swear? So, I have a private school education my entire life, from grade school through high school and college. I never drank. I never did anything. I never did anything subversive. I was a Boy Scout, a Cub Scout, all the good things in life.
When talks about tariffs, we need to talk about inflation, but also about employment.
I was an altar boy. I really was. I can show you. I'll break out a bunch of my stuff. This is my presidential patch right here. Oh, wrong side, right there. I was like the guy.
This is Canada is committed to continue discussions, including as G7 president, on impact and reactions to U.S. tariffs.
But then I joined the army, and the army ruined me. It didn't ruin me, but there's this gallows humor in the military, and
31 counterparties take $168.11 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
It's one of my big faults in life, and it fundamentally changed me. I had to go to counseling at one point. I went through intensive, not psychotherapy, but therapy for about a year to leave that part of my life behind. I didn't want to wind up sitting on a bar stool with other veterans and die young.
For non-farm payrolls,
which was very possible for me in my experiences.
Worth of our service for the price of 1 month.
But some of that carried over into this new life that I have, which is cursing, which is horrible. It's like one of my worst faults. And now I could not curse on this show, but I curse not around my kids or anything, but in these highly emotional places. Like I played sports competitively when I was in high school and college. I was in the Army, and I was very competitive there too. I didn't join the Army for the wrong reasons. I joined the Army because I wanted to serve my country. I felt as though I owed my country, and I wanted to contribute as a citizen of my nation to make it better.
Hexeth is currently speaking live now.
I've always been very competitive.
Saying Panama is a key terrain that must be secured by Panama with the U.S. and not China.
To not lose, to win. a very highly competitive person, and swearing it has become a part of that for me in my existence in life. And I think it's hand in hand with sports and competitiveness and the military, and so you hear it here in my most charged moments. I'm here to win. Have any of you ever noticed that? I'm here to win. At everything I try, everything I do in life, I'm very like, I have to learn this. I want to become good at this, or competent.
Rotational and joint presence at several bases.
Even when I'm wrong, I don't care if I'm wrong. I'm fine with being wrong. That's why I show you guys when I'm wrong, because I don't care if I'm wrong. All I care about is the process to win. Woo! Woo-wee! I might get long here. This might be my entry again, baby. Oh, shoot. Hold on.
Trump says raising the tariffs on China to 125%. So Trump says raising the tariffs on China to 125%.
Oh.
Commenting here on his Truth Social, saying effective immediately.
Be careful here. This is liquidity grab to the upside to get out of the market. Trading 509.20 right now, 509.73, 509.50, 510 right now. Be extremely careful here. If you are long still, the target to the upside is 517.53 right now. Be very careful of a reversal. This is top of the key right here.
Just keep an eye on the markets here. Did see some movement towards the upside.
There's one more here. There's one more target right there. Be extremely careful here. SPOO's now trading to the hourly trigger and the monthly trigger.
Also, Trump authorized a 90-day pause on tariffs. So again, Trump authorized a 90-day pause on tariffs. And so 90-day pause applies to reciprocal and 10% tariffs.
Oh, I'm long as fuck right now.
Immediately.
We're pausing tariffs right now. Trading 521.60. Oh, shit, man. People are getting blown out here. Pausing tariffs. Pausing tariffs.
Just from his full Truth Social saying at some point, hopefully in the near future, China will realize that the days of ripping off the US and other nations is no longer sustainable. Conversely, based on the fact that more than 75 nations have core representatives of the US, including Department of Commerce.
He's raising tariffs, but pausing them right now. If you're short, you're going to get blown out here.
Trade barriers, tariffs, currency manipulation.
Trading 523, next target 530. 540 is on board this week.
Have not, and my strong suggestion, retaliated in any way, shape, or form against the United States. I have authorized a 90-day pause and have substantially lowered reciprocal tariff during this period of 10%, also effective immediately. I think oil prices are moving towards the upside here. So again, US stocks jump after Trump says authorized a 90-day pause in tariffs. Also with the NASDAQ 100 jumping to 5.3%.
Target above 528.97. Target after that 540. I'm getting priced out right now. I'm not quite understanding this. I think he like jacked up the tariffs, but then put a pause on them for 90 days. And then Trump also authorized a 90-day pause on non-retaliating countries.
1% at around 1.4108 per US dollar.
SPY trading 528. We're going to crank here, guys. We've got a gap to close at 5,400. We're going higher. We got a gap to close. Giant gap above here to 5,400.
Yield surge, 2-year jumps 17 basis points.
Watch for a back test on the hourly trigger.
US Treasury yields hold at higher levels on the day after Trump announced his 90-day pause on tariffs. 10-year yields last at about 4.363%.
Now trading 52.99. Heading towards 530 on SPY, looking to close the gap at 5,400.
The most since July 31st.
My count is fucking mooning right now.
Also seeing US natural gas futures extend gains. Prices up 5% after Trump authorized a 90-day pause on tariffs.
On a 1-hour basis, we are going to hit this 540 here. We showed you this yesterday. I had it on the screen this morning, but I deleted it. We are trading that. We should hit this, come back, and back up here again. Target 540.39. Holy shit, 503s are now at $27. Mark out SPX. We're about to top out here in just a minute. So just watch this SPX as it comes into 540. Take the money up here. Trading 31.64 on 503C right now.
The Nasdaq climbing about 8% now.
On SPOOs, the target's right here. Watch my cursor right here. 538.60. We're getting close.
Apple surge is 13%, the most since March 2020.
SPY trading 533.14. We're getting really close here, guys. All right. Get out of this. Nope. Nope. Out. Watch this 1 minute trigger coming back right now. We have a gap to sweep and close below.
Dollar strengthens against the yen after Trump announces his 90-day pause on tariffs, last up about 0.22%. The euro pairs gains after Trump announces his 90-day pause, last up about 4.
This is a 1 minute chart on SPX.
Spot gold slightly pairs gains after Trump tariff announcement. Copper futures gained 7% in New York after Trump comment. Barkin says the world doesn't love that dollar is a reserve currency. They don't love that the dollar is the reserve currency, but aren't a lot of alternatives. And dollar climbs against Swiss franc after Trump announced his 90-day pause on tariffs, last up about 0.5%. Only Trump, according to Hexeth, will make decisions about future US troop presence in Europe. WTO and US-China trade tension says preliminary projections suggest that the merchandise trade between the two economies could decrease by as much as 80%. Traders see little chance of a Fed cut in May in sharper pricing after Trump pauses big tariffs on nations except China.
Note that in a half hour we get minutes.
To work with Trump and China heads the opposite way.
We have not back tested this 1 minute trigger yet.
WTO and US-China trade tension says a division of the global economy into two blocks could lead to a long-term reduction in global real GDP by nearly 7%.
This is only R2 right here. Remember that. R2 is 540.39. We're going higher, baby. Close that fucking gap.
Lundnick says that the world is ready to work with Trump to fix global trade.
Gold getting annihilated. Dollar down. Most of the world tariff pause for 90 days except for China.
Goldman Sachs says 65% chance of US recession in the next 12 months. Goldman issued recession forecast prior to the Trump tariff pause.
Trading up now to trade 540.39.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Second target hit. That's probably top-ish. There's a little more up here. Sorry, I'm trying to trade right now and post, and there's a little more up here.
Levitt and Besant remarks begin.
Right here. Hold on.
On feed.
Right there. You see it? Jesus, that's 5,700. If that was the fucking case,
Tariff because China
5,700. Woo!
Truth Social.
Woo!
And we will continue with tailor-made negotiations.
Oh,
There is comparison video, but down to universal 105.
This is close enough, by the way, for you and I, unless you really want to hold into the bell and squeeze every one of these assholes out. I don't know if you understand this, but if you are short, you are now chasing. You are what's called a zombie bull.
White House spokesperson Levitt says,
But I'll be honest with you,
during negotiations.
this shit's all coming back. Like, you know how they trap bulls. Give me a second here. I got to look at some shit. I'm flat right now. I'm out. I'm done. I took twice and I'm done. Well, 3 all day, but I'm done right now. I'm looking at ES. I want to see where 5,700 is versus SPY. I need a second here.
Besson says countries who do not retaliate will be rewarded. And Besson's just reiterating what Trump said in his Truth Social, that raising duties on China to 125%.
Shit. Nope, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Or it should sweep lower right now. Be careful of a sweep leg lower. No. Yes.
Saying that raising tariffs on China due to escalation.
SPY has just a note here, 553 to the upside.
After Trump announced his tariff pause.
Jesus Christ.
Adding Mexico and Canada included in 10% tariff.
We're trying to close a gap right now to 536.98. We kind of hit that gap, didn't we? Did we hit that gap already?
Says we're seeing Vietnam today, then Japan, India, and South Korea.
536.37. We closed that gap. That gap is closed.
U.S. trade problems.
Watch out for a back test here to the downside.
Besson says, I'm not calling it a trade war.
First gap is closed. Yep, it's closed. Sorry to pause this. We have one other gap higher, but we could easily trade.
And we will work on a solution with our trading partners.
There's 2 things to note here. We could trade all this, but this is what's called an island. Stay with me here, guys. See this island right here? There's a gap higher between
saying I'm not
here and 554.
Has escalated.
This is going to move fast. I want you to watch this with me really closely here. Where's my first monthly fucker? Right here. Okay, ready? Stay with me here, guys. Stay here with me. All right. I might jump in this with you. Or bring this over.
Created maximum negotiating leverage.
Don't forget, we've got only 19 minutes until we get doom. I'm lying. He never brings the doom.
So Besson just reiterated.
We have market calming Jerome Powell. Here it is right here.
Nations to come with their
You guys didn't think I came prepared today? There's a few things I want to show you here. This is gone. FOMC minutes.
Besson says tariff change made because of countries contacting. Besson saying it was a process. It was a process problem.
Now, right now, we're parked. I want you to watch this closely with me. Stop. I don't want to listen to what this fucking guy's saying. Fuck you.
Disconnected.
You don't need to talk to that guy. No offense, but guy's blabbing away. Make some money here. Hang tight here for a minute. Don't buy anything. Just be cool. Do not long yet. Because we can sweep all the way down here. I want to see that first. I want to see this first, and I haven't seen it yet, so price coming back to the 1 minute trigger. Pay attention to that shit down there for a sweep lower. We hit that target right there. We've left some of the gap behind. There is there's this like funky, like, let me show you guys really quick. So I want to show you two things that are important here. This is SPX. The gap still left behind right here. We're either going to go up here, fail this gap right here, sweep the gap, and then go higher. Something like that right there, okay? The real buy's lower. You do have the monthly and the hourly coming up from underneath like a shark. So I want to show you this trade really quickly. Watch this trade with me here. Oh, hold on here. Get rid of that. You're going to be expecting to hit this, but you're not. You're going to like sweep right here, then come down, sweep the low into the presser. See it? Better? And then you get up and to the right. There's like a rope-a-dope in here. The better trade is lower. So if we fail and come down, you're on it. If you go up here and fail and come down, you're on it. So be parked right down here. And I want to look at one more thing really quick here. I just want to look at 5,700 versus give me a second. I got some shit I got to do. I got some shit going on. No. I got some business here. Hold on. I don't want to fuck this up. Come on now. Wednesday the 2nd. Yeah, right here. That's where the daily trigger came down, was right there. I got that targeted, but not the whole trade. That's 568. So I've got the high targets right here. But the daily trigger is right here. That would make sense, right? Up like that. So just here's the base point right here. Stay lower, stay down here to trade this up here. See this gap down below here? Be cool, be chill. If we can get the new high, I'm down with taking the trade there, but in all honesty, somewhere down here, 506.5, 24th. Now, saying all of that, these are just guidelines. If you're not following along right now, don't worry about it. We'll do it together. So there's an island right here. Do you see it? And as long as we hold this island right here, it ain't going to matter. But I do want to draw your attention to two important things. Just like we talk about, right? This is the finger trap right here. This is the support right here. You're not making any decisions in here up or down. You're just looking for the one wick so you can chase, or the new wick and the second low to chase down there, okay? Be cool right now. Upside target now, high target, 568. But the daily trigger is going to be hard to get over. We're going to auto reject that. That's at 554.91. We also have a monthly bar at 560. Also note that the gap is being closed currently on ES. The next gap higher to close is that Friday, Wednesday, April 2nd close. We're erasing the gap right now from the 4th of April. Wiping the boards.
He presses ahead with 20 billion euro sell-off plan, but market situation requires a cautious stance.
Just be patient here. TNX getting murdered. VIX 9-day just got shanked to support at 47.52.
Russell 2000 index now jumping to 7%.
About to.
Five minutes away from the FOMC meeting minutes.
VIX wants to close a gap on the upside. Be careful here. Watch out for the swing lower.
US credit risk gauges fall by the most since April 2020.
That's odd. I'm sitting on 67s right here for Friday, and they're only 37 cents, 35 cents right now. Odd.
SIBO volatility index last down 14.41 points at 37.
Someone's wrong here. Oh, yeah, baby. Someone's not pricing in a move to close the gap at 68. Just a heads up warning to you for a sweep lower. TEM is hitting my I'm getting alarms for TEM right now, China stock. Oh, hell yeah, Condor. Your FOMC right now has got like Jerome's just like got the eraser out. Hold the release. He's got the whiteout bottle. He's got a big paintbrush.
S&P 500 banks index up 6.1% after Trump announced his 90-day tariff pause. One minute to go now to the FOMC meeting minutes.
Five seconds. So seeing the release of the Fed minutes here. So Fed minutes say participants remarked uncertainty about the net effect of government policies on the outlook was high, making it appropriate to take a cautious approach. They say all participants at the meeting viewed it as appropriate to keep rates unchanged in light of elevated uncertainty around the economic outlook. So all participants viewed it as appropriate. A majority of participants noted the potential for inflationary effects from various factors to be more persistent than they had projected. All participants viewed risks to inflation as tilted to the upside, risks to employment tilted to the downside. Participants assessed the FOMC was well positioned to wait for more clarity on the outlook. Fed minutes say almost all participants supported slowing the pace of balance sheet runoff.
Watch out for that sweep lower after we clear out this first dip higher here.
So again, several participants emphasized that elevated inflation could prove to be more persistent than expected.
Sweep up, sweep down, close the gap on SPX.
Some participants observed the FOMC may face difficult trade-offs if inflation proved more persistent, while the outlook for growth...
Closing the dip at 5,400 right now. Bunch of supply up here right where we are.
Fed staff say projections for real GDP growth was weaker than one prepared for the January meeting. A few participants cautioned an abrupt repricing of risk in financial markets could exacerbate the effects of any new economic shocks. Fed staff projections for real GDP growth was weaker than the one prepared for in the January meeting, as a repeat. So traders now bet the Fed to cut policy rate just 3 times this year from 4 previously, starting in June now, according to rate futures pricing. Dollar index climbs after Trump announces the 90-day pause on tariffs. Keep in mind, we have also posted out the link to the Fed meeting minutes for their March meeting on the feed. The Nasdaq 100 soars more than 10%, which is its biggest gain since October of 2008.
Ah, yes, during the great crash. There's a daily target right here. This little mark right here, just so you can see it. Closing in on 5,400. Can the market close the next gap higher at 568? Dealers disagreed about 10 minutes ago, but my calls doubled in like 5 minutes. Dealers rolled into 560s. I literally just scraped like Friday call. I had Friday I had Friday 567s. Excuse me here. 567s. They were trading like 25 cents. They rocketed to 60 cents right here.
The latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm pay.
Dealers did not price in that trade. If you're looking at Friday calls to trade this 567 up here, this move right here to the high target to close the gap from the 2nd of April, there was no juice on that trade up until just now.
White House Trade Navarro, White House Trade Counselor Navarro, currently speaking on Fox Business, says every deal is going to be tailor-made. Navarro says we've got the bond market behaving well now. US's Navarro says this has unfolded exactly the way it should. German Chancellor designate Merz on Trump tariff comments says Europeans are united on defending ourselves, and this shows that approach works best. We should have 0% tariffs on all transatlantic trade, and then the problem is solved.
If we get successful back test of 1 minute, we'll go up here next. Target 542. $542.50. We did get the high sticky here on the breakout. This now moves higher. I'm going to leave this here, but don't say, hey, why is Cap doing this? I'm doing it because of this sweep lower here. But as long as we hold above the 1 minute trigger, 5 minutes moving higher now too. If we back test this, 1 minute, you're going to look to take that trade right there. And I'll join you here. Jesus Christ, Ransom just made 90 fucking K. Fuck yeah, brother. There's a bigger question here, too. How's Tesla doing? I said earlier in the broadcast that Tesla looked strong. Anybody remember me saying that? Anybody here remember me telling you earlier that Tesla looked very strong? How's it doing right now? How's it doing right now? God damn, trading 263.08 on the high. Woo!
French
Hold that trade lower at 228.
0.7%.
Up $40. Woo! God damn. Here, I'm going to say and simplify this for you guys. Hold on here. Now we got to talk here. You guys watch all this shit over here and all that shit over here. We're going to keep this simple, okay? We'll go back to crayons here. So, I want you to, before you get all bulled up here, I made a post on Twitter this morning. If you go and look at it, I made it at 4 a.m. I woke up. I was like, yeah, you know, dealers got to chase price down, and they got to chase price up. We're in a what? Negative gamma environment. They're supportive, right? And they're selling, and they're amplifying these up and downside moves. Does anybody remember what I said from this morning? I was like, oh, we're still bearish here. But we could hit this first
2-year yield
and then rip down.
To a day's high of 3.98%.
You understand me?
And US's Navarro ends his interview to Fox
Bunch of
Business
fools in here. And then what do they do in the morning? Wham, right? Right back down again. Now the market is juicing us right now. You notice how the squawker won't shut up? And they're like pumping the markets, pumping everybody. Now I want to show you this right here. This is the tease. What dealers didn't tell you until the FOMC presser was, you can't go up here, bro. And now the dealers are pricing it all in. We closed this gap right here. We are right at that gap level right there. You see it? Like, grind that out. And the promise that they're making to you is what? Gap that up right there, right?
2025 deficit at 5.4% of GDP.
See what they're telling you? There. I want you to know they're likely going to fail your ass up in here at the halfway point. and drop us at least down there. And they could still swoop us straight down to the depths of hell. And I mean the depths of hell. So be cautious. Last time this happened was when? 2008. There is some positiveness here. We're making ranging, but we're going up right now, aren't we? We're not ranging down right now. Big moves, are we? We're ranging up. Be careful in here. You know, wham, straight down. Think about these big moves. Big move there, big move there, big move. It's kind of, this is where they catch you, right? Kind of the same setup, isn't it? Big giant move. Wake up in the morning, boom. Wake up in the morning, boom. Maybe they do it today instead. That's the proposal, right?
So according to a Fox reporter on X here, Gasparino, it says White House officials now concede the potential TikTok deal. Say sale to a US company by the Chinese is off the table for the foreseeable future and maybe forever as we go to a trade war focused totally on the Chinese.
You see the T's right there? Oh my God, 62.50.
Schumer and Senate Democrats are holding a presser on tariffs now.
There's a bar on 62.50 up there. But see this sweep down here? There's like a fake out here. Take a look at this really quick. Hold on here. Trying to get this right here. Hold on. Right there. Stop there for a minute. There's like a tease up, down, then maybe up to where we want to go. So let's take a look here.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
If you're just looking at that other chart with me, it shows like you know, 550 on the bell.
2-year yield climbs 30 basis points past 4%, the most since 2009.
So watch this with me here, right? $550.23. All that over. I'm going to give you till that time. That's 1600. We can go there before then, but right here to 550, 53 by the close. Gap up and then down. This is the most bullish, I think, reasonably. We got this here. We're now moving higher. That's not good to see either right there. There's a little bit of a bear flag up here. We got a new low. Watch out here. We got a new low. See the high, then a low right here.
Traders price in less than 75 basis points of Fed easing this year now.
Five minutes racing up right now. Watch out for that sweep lower. It's still there. It's still looming. You can see it in the bottom right over here. There's still this gap that needs closed down here at the 5-minute trigger. There's a gap right there. Like, that's the same one that I'll tell you. You go back up here, close that gap right there, swoop down, then up. But we are holding the 1-minute trigger. And here's the gap that needs closed up here. And the gamma flip is at 5,700. An argument can be made if we get above 5,400. Hold on there. Trading 539. Spoo's trying to close the gap, beginning to break above 540. 5400 right now. SPX peeking its head above. Start marking this right here. Need to hold this level.
Natural gas futures extend
Target into the bell, 550
on a drop in gas
and change. I don't know if we can get there, but that's a target up there.
LNG export flows. Again, nat gas futures extending gains.
Let's call it 549.36. Got to hold this green bar right here.
At the bottom of the hour, Trump was due to be signing executive orders. The roll call did note this was closed press. We're just going to double check to see if there is a video just in case.
Also note that we're coming into R2 and SPY. We need to hold right where we are here. If we can hold, we're at 5405 at SPX. If we can hold 5400 with no sweeps lower. If not, we will sweep lower and we will take out that low. That likely 5225. This is it right here. We got to hold this right here. Fairly easy. Open up a screener at home at 550. You want to see that? There we go.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Yeah, Schumer's holding a press conference. Go fuck yourself, Schumer. And I'm a Democrat. I ain't playing you. Eat a bag of dicks. Chuck Schumer needs to go back in the closet and lock the door. I'll see his ass when he quits the Senate or Congress. Damn Chuck Schumer. It's like Financial Juice has a Chuck Schumer live stream. He can piss off. And I'm a Dem. There ain't nothing he's going to say that's going to help us inside the market. Useless. Trading 539.56 right now. Raise your stops as we go higher here. Remember, 540 is going to be a point of pullback. Remember, zeros and fives. Watch this with me down below here. Losing 5,400 means we can still sweep down here and not lose it, okay? Let me show you this really quick. So this is 5,400. We can sweep all the way down here and still be on that 5,400.
$2.11.
Losing it is coming down here and then getting the new low. Manager stops. God damn, this show is crazy. Our show is crazy.
$2.03.
Our show is batshit crazy. And there's supply up here, too. You can see it. They're trying to step in here. Yeah, he can eat a bag of dicks. Schumer can eat my balls. I'm a real Democrat. I'm not one of your, like, some of you guys out there I like, some of you I don't, for Dems and Republicans. Some of you guys just parrots.
Crude May future settle at $62.35 a barrel, which is up $2.77 or 4.65%.
You're lucky I'm not a Trumper because I'd be ripping my own president. I'm not nice to my party. I hold my party to the fire. Watch this down here. They're going to try to sweep all of you out right now. Remember, this is a 1 minute bars here. We'll know if they send us packing. Look at this down here. Stop hunting. Trying to take this downtown, baby. Watch this one down below right here. We'll know real quick if they're going to roll us or not. It's going to take just a few seconds. We still got this. We're still here. Fucking Chuck Schumer. God damn that guy. That's like, it's like, hi, I'm Chuck Schumer. I was sitting at home all day long and I watched the squeeze in the stock market. My calls are coming back to life. It's because of what I was doing. We got people making six figures today. We got a whole bunch of people in our Discord at six figures today. We can go down a little bit more. Watch this down below with me. So I'm just watching this right here. This gray box right here.
China's offshore yuan rises 1% to 7.3498 per dollar.
That's what I'm watching right there. See that green box? So you just watch that green box with me. I'll get stopped out with you. Tell me in the chat, Daddy, print it. I don't know if we're gonna. Don't say that yet. You know there's a bear out there short right now, and he's like, burn this fucker down into the bell. You're my hostage till tomorrow, 9 a.m. I'm just kidding.
After the Trump tariff pause. So Goldman Sachs did post a note just before the tariff announcement saying a 65% chance of a recession. They have now rescinded that forecast after the Trump tariff pause.
Oh! JPM rescinds recession forecast. The world is made whole again. This guy, DK Special, just said, type of day I'm going to tell my son about. Insane, amazing day. JPM rescinding its forecast of a recession for this year. 6,200 now popping up on Bookmap.
ECB's Villeroy says US politics is marked by huge unpredictability.
Still long here. The green box right here.
ECB's Villeroy says US unpredictability hurts growth and confidence.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
ECB's Villeroy said tonight the US unpredictability is positive. Villeroy adds, though, that protectionism is still a bad policy.
One minute trigger rolling over right now. 5 minute bar still holding right now. Just watching this last bar right here.
So again, keep in mind ECB's Villeroy currently speaking on France 2 TV.
Watch it here on the top and bottom screen. I don't want to see this new tick below right here. They're doing it right now. The sweep lower is all the way down here to the monthly. Way, way down here. Big drop in there.
ECB's Villeroy says we were winning the battle against inflation. Villeroy says we don't expect any deviation from this goal of 2%.
Yeah, I don't know. They got like today's like news squawkers had like 3 or 4 different people in their voice. They had the voice changer on and all this other stuff. There is a note here that the hourly trigger is crossing the monthly trigger. The half an hour is crossing the hourly and the monthly. This is a bull cross right here.
Says, I don't expect an increase of inflation in Europe and France.
We're going to come back here and revisit this as a point of interest to make sure that we go higher. I just don't know if it's now or later. We will be back here. We're going to go back here and check this, but this should this cross that you're watching, if you've got triggers at home, I want you to watch this trigger cross right here. If this holds, it could lead to an explosive upside move. I just can't tell right now if we crank into the bell or if we come back to revisit it and then crank. If this holds, though, should be a big-ass move. If you don't know what I'm talking about here, or you're scared of this, you can always get a call spread for Friday. You wouldn't have to worry about any of the burn to the downside. You don't want to panic. Freak out. Don't put stops in. Don't know where to buy a dip. If you're weak hands, $2.50 in the afternoon, 10 minutes left. Yeah, Uncle JBJ, I can't tell here if so you guys want to do it right now. I could talk to you guys about it right now. There's two outcomes here. We can do the gap up into overnight and sell the open, then sweep the lows, which is what I think happens. If I had to assign probability, it's that we run up into the close, we sell the open tomorrow. We're trading 560, I think, on that open, close the gap, and then a major fucking pullback. 563. Or we could sweep lower right now, close the gap lower, like down here, and then make our way up into 560 tomorrow. It's a tough call here into this bell. I wouldn't be surprised to see that sweep lower before we go into tomorrow, but
Villaroy says, I salute the start of the US's return to economic reason.
who's this guy? Did they bring in like the manager? Was it like a super bear on the street or on the news squawker earlier? And he threw his headphones off and he's like, I ain't fucking saying this. Fuck the USA. I have a feeling because of this news that it ain't going to pull back. I'll be honest with you. Just based on sentiment, I don't think anyone's selling here. I think you got too much volume coming in on that news. I'm long, so I think you gap this fucker up into tomorrow. I'm long into Friday, so they got cheap ass calls for Friday. I warned them, Bob. I told them this morning, 45. I told them at 4 a.m. Watch out here. They're going to try to slice us down.
Goldman Sachs says Trump announces 90-day pause. We are now reverting to our prior non-recession baseline forecast with 45% probability of recession, according to research note.
These guys want out bad, man. These guys want out bad. Bob Kendall came out. So this morning at 4, I gotta put a stop on my shit. Hold on here. I gotta put a stop on my shit because every time I do this shit, you guys, I get fucked. I'll like start blabbing and doing like an end of the day preliminary expectation for the next day, and I get fucking like I get blasted down or I get fucked every time. So okay, so this is a good one for you guys here. I woke up in the middle of the night last night. I woke up all night long. I woke up at fucking 2 a.m., 4 a.m., 6 a.m. And I was watching the markets late night last night for the sweep lower in futures, and I'm like, did we make a new low or not? Do we hit 80 or 78? Did we stay at 82 in the overnights? And I'm watching closely, and we started to recover. And if you remember in yesterday's broadcast, I had said to you, I like it from here, but we could swing down to 82 and then moon to 40. Either outcome goes to 40 as long as we hold that 82 and don't blast below into 78 and 80. When we didn't do that early this morning, I woke up, got on Twitter, and I was like, look, don't get bulled up yet. Or bared up, or the fuck I said, but I was like, we can try. I was like, under normal circumstances, we should reject 500 and start heading lower here, but we're seeking liquidity. So it would be easy for us today to trade 540. And this was at 4 a.m. No, 4 a.m. I'm like, because of where we are going into from we're going from Asia to London to U.S. I'm like, there's no fucking way. They were buying in Europe. I'm like, like they're handing this off. It's going to get picked up by the U.S. Not only that, we need to like sell this shit way higher. So I made a post on Twitter saying, don't get bared up. Like, don't think we're going to reject 500 and sell down. If you watch that time on that tweet, 15 minutes later, they tried to sell 500 and it was immediately bought, like big green bars. And I had left the tweet on Twitter, and I left 2 or 3 more tweets there, and I'm like, we're ranging these huge numbers, huge. And until you start seeing days where we're not ranging like that in 4 or 5 hours consistently, we can make outsized, crazy ass moves. Keep it fucking simple, I wrote. Keep it simple. Now, I made that series of tweets at 4 a.m. Bob Kendall just posted something. I want to read what he posted to you. He said, I've been in these markets a long time. I don't think I've ever seen an index rip over 10% from last night's lows to new highs like this. Just heard someone got wiped out. Couldn't even get out of a one lot. Lost everything. That's real deal right there. That's not a prop trader. I've been warning for days, stay out. Yes, there's movement, but if you're wrong, they will take your money. Big up, down days like this, they're never good days. Back when I was on the floor at CBOT, we'd say stand at the bottom of the escalator. At the end of the day, you could see who won and who got destroyed. These markets are brutal, unforgiving, and today is one of those days. Very insightful.
Trump currently speaks at a White House event.
Watch out, we're losing support here to the close. We're going to drop here, I think.
Trump, in a conversation at the White House, touts the market gains. So Trump currently making comments at this photo opportunity with racing champions. We'll get the live video out on the feed.
I fucking love Bob Kendall. He's such a badass.
According to El Salvador's Bitcoin office, they have bought Bitcoin amid the price drop. Trump says, I put the pause because people were jumping out of line. Brent crude futures settle at $65.48 a barrel, which is up $2.66 or 4.23%. Trump says, I have reversed tariffs for a short period of time.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Trump says, nothing's over yet. Trump says China wants to make a deal. So again, Trump says China wants to make a deal but doesn't know how to go about it. Says Xi is a proud man. He says China is in the process of figuring it out.
I'm still long here. I haven't stopped out yet. I'm still in. Okay. 307.
Trump reiterating that the 90-day pause is for the people who didn't retaliate.
Oh, we're getting the Trump pump today, not the Trump dump. Okay. Let's do some chatting here, okay? I can't fuck around in the Discord right now. Hold on. All right. A few things we're going to talk about here, okay?
Trump says we have many countries wanting to come here.
Oh my God, look at that beast. Look at that fucking beast right there. Oh God, I gotta delete all this again. How many times a day, dude? You guys like, all right. Oh God, 51 drawings. Oh,
Trump could be struck with China.
I love you guys. I love you guys. All right. I really love you guys.
Trump asked on an EU trade deal says a deal could be made with everyone. Will be
Preliminary expectations for tomorrow. Gonna mute this.
Disconnected.
You know what they're talking about. This is where the gap is right here. This is where all the traders are looking for, right? Oh. Look at all this volatility. There's a gap right here. See that gap? No fucking, that's kind of a gap. That's a bullshit sell. That's 541.84. All this gap bullshit in here. Now, remember, please, I don't know how many fucking times I got to say this till I'm blue in the fucking face. If you guys go back and watch Monday's stream, I charted this move up here, didn't I? And we fucking ripped it right to it, didn't it? We called this move to the downside. I tried to buy this right here. We didn't get to the new low, did we? That means we're going back up here again, right? Fairly easy, not hard. Go back to Monday's stream. We had that one targeted too, didn't we? We had this one targeted into the close, didn't we? Go back to Monday's stream. I was like, tag that. We're going to go back up, tag that. Right? We called the top. We rolled it all the way down. I tried to get long early. I got out at the close, but I got back in today, didn't I? Been pretty damn good here, huh? Pretty damn good. Not bad, right? Whoo! Look at that bad boy right there. That's a monthly candle. What the fuck just happened? What just happened? Don't get me wrong, I'm shocked too. Look at that sucking sound. We'll talk more about this later. What all of this means. We're going to put our shit on there, though, aren't we? Where's the market going right now? Who's still long with me out there? Say it in the chat to me. Say, I'm still long with you. Say, Cap, and you told me you're getting long in the Discord, bro. I'm long too, long and strong, Cappy. No weak hands here, Cappy. Everybody wins today, Cappy. Gapper right here. See the gapper? I want to just see this too. Look at this trend. Look at where we are. Look at this trend. SPX right now fighting to get back into trend. SPX right now at this moment. If you've got triggers with, this is like some kind of, I think, what's his name might use this stuff too. I think the GOAT uses this. Look closely. SPX fighting trend right now to get in. Back into bull trend right now. Fighting on a weekly basis. Clawing its way back. Most resilient. Gaps everywhere. Gaps above. Look at the gaps. 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 Let's look closer together. Look at this trend right here. Look at this downtrend right here. Look at this downtrend right here. What does the market need to do? When I ask you questions like this, it's kind of like when I say, hey, I want to see the tip up so I know we're going higher later. Right? I don't want to see a rejection here, do I? I want to see what? The tip. Then I want to go higher. Does that make sense? If I don't see the tip, let me draw this in for you right now so you can see it. Let me just show you that. Not bad, right? What don't I want to see? Bloodbath. Rejection. I want to see what? At least that hit. Even if we sweep the low, get back in there and get back up there, right? Minimum. Wick up, close the gap, up new high, back up. Even if we do this, we're fighting, right? Fighting to go higher. So there's a promise of a gap to close higher here. I want you to think about this from the perspective. This is the April 2nd gap is right here. Oh, we're closing that gap. We're going to close it tomorrow, bro. I don't know if we do. I don't think we have to. It'd be nice to close that and then sweep out and up and out of here. That'd be great. But if I was a dealer, we might not have to. We really just need to get up here, have you think we're going to close that right now. If I was a dealer, I would burn your calls and make you buy more to close the gap to get up and away. Do you understand? I would just have you focused on closing that gap. Oh, yeah, bro, we're closing that. Closing it right away. Now, we might close it, make it up there and do that, but that bad boy right there, I'd rather torch the fuck out of you than close it. Make you buy more. But we got to get up there first, don't we? We got to show that we're coming back for it, right? So that you believe and you buy calls second time. We'll leave those here for right now, just so you can see it. On a 4-hour basis, what else do we have going on? Check that bad boy out. Look at that sexy. Look at that sexy right there. 4-hour basis. We got that bad boy right there. We got that bad boy right there. We got another bad boy right there. That's beefy. That's Sigma. Look at this 1 hour. Woo! 1 hour sweep down here. Are your calls going burr right now? There are your preliminary expectations. Fail to close the gap. Watch it closely here. Up just like that. Fail to close the gap, come back down, and then bingo, we hit it. Make sense? Up, down, up. right? Just the wick. Down and then close. I'd like to see that right there. I would like to see that, but if you want to snip this, free members, you want to snip that? Closing price expectation. Like, I don't know, 550 would be nice. Or at least on the open tomorrow. Either the close or the open tomorrow. Come back down to Jesus. And then back up here to the right. Buy more calls. Good enough for you guys? They are going to let these guys sweep out here. I want you to see something too here. The hourly, the half hour are coming up. You want to see that hold. Come back down, revisit all this bullshit. Hold, go up and close the rest of that gap up there. Makes sense? Want to snip it? We'll take a little snip. Target hit. Just need, we can back test, pump up. I just want to see like the pump. Whoop. And then I want to see that right there. I really want to see that. I want to see us get rejected. That's why this is in a, this one right here is in a dotted line. Can you guys do me a favor? You guys mind hitting the like button, making a comment on the actual video on YouTube, not the chat, but like the video. Hey, thanks, Cap, or hey, Cap, I hate you. If you're on Twitch, can you go to YouTube and like and subscribe and make a comment? It helps me. If you're on YouTube, can you go to Twitch, make an account and say, hey, Captain Jim James, I hate your guts. Worst guy ever. I really, really appreciate it. Give me a shout out on Twitter and I'll follow you back. And I'll follow, if you follow, how about this? I'll make a post on Twitter. Who dat? I'll pin it to my profile. Say hi to me and I'll follow you. Follow me and say, hey, Cap, I followed you. I'll follow you back. I appreciate all of you out there for doing that for me. And I'll follow you too. Remember, use your tools no matter what. Whether you're angry, happy, sad, stay with your tools. What time is it right now? 2:30, Cap. Never, ever, ever succumb to FOMO. Stay focused on what you're doing. We've done enough for today, by the way, in the market. I would like to see us go up and hit that 550.61. It doesn't have to happen today. It needs to happen between now and the open tomorrow, in my view. R3 sits at 553.73. Oh, we're doing this, aren't we? We're doing this. Are we making everybody rich today? Is that what we're doing? Well, I guess I don't need the $2 I make from Google AdSense, do I? I love you, David AMS.
We didn't come here to dance. We only came for the dough. Maybe you came here to dance. You should try the dough. Now that I got my dough, I'm finally ready to dance. Go, dance, dance, go, dance. Go, dance the dough.
S&P 500 up. Monster. We're coming into supply right now if you want to take a little bit off.
We didn't come here to dance. We only came for the dough. Maybe you came here to dance. You should try the dough. Now that I got my dough, I'm finally ready to dance. Go, dance, dance, go, dance. Go, dance the dough. Dance.
That was crazy. We haven't heard that one in a long time, have we? What about this one right here? Have you heard this one in a while? Been a while, hasn't it? There ain't nothing up there. You see that? There ain't nothing up there. You got MAGA in the room. They're like, just don't tell my bros this. Don't tell my bros I'm dancing alone in my office. Some like super alpha guys like, I'll be right back, bros. It's in the bathroom. It's at work.
Should call. It's getting late.
Gonna start following people. Fuck yeah, smoky shorts. baby. Woohoo, baby. What's up, brother? What up, Penn? Following you. What up, Scott? What up, SCIDEC? What up, All Final? Following you too, Cleveland Trader. What up, brother? Stokes! Stokes Anonymous, baby. Cowboy up. What up? Mac Foster, what's going on? Following you back, baby. GB. Trades Intuitive, done, followed. Ben Vitain, followed you back. Wade, follow you, brother. Done. 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 Follow back, Lou. Crypto Coins, Pass Capital. Wade, followed all of you back. JT, following you. Done. Colin J-Days, got you. Analog Burner, got you. What up, MBLV, baby? Followed you back too. And goddamn spammer in here. Fucking, I got a spammer in here. Report this guy, report that asshole right there. Spam. Next. Block. Woohoo, baby! Tunes all right today or what? Shaq Baker, what are you doing, you dirty dog? We gotta go in there and talk to people. What up, Grubster, AKD, Susan Mirror, Shaq Baker, Gecko Gadgets, Grubster, AKD, MM, I saw you, AKD, Cleveland Trader, I saw you on Twitter, brother. Time Clock 2020, what up, brother? I can't wait to see you again in person, Time Clock. Bazra! What's going on, Bazra? Bubbalicious, what are you doing? Jimmy Hove, what's going on? Motivation Healing. Penn, Open Group, what up, brother? Lorando Bean. C. Sullivan, 2000. Matt Reynolds, what up, brother? Jason, what the fuck, man? What's going on, baby? Nick R. Grusaw. What up, SES? I saw you, ES. Mark Ryan, what up? David Levenberg, Top Retro Commercials. TJ Rideau, David Levenberg. Remember, always free, baby. Woo! Jody Mogs in the house. V Princess, good to see you, Princess. Tut Hut, what up? Christina, what's going on? David Welker. TP415. Jared King Rumbold in the house. Andy B, baby, what up? Skittles Ryan, what's going on? Dilobar. Nick Name. Bunga Bunga, what's going on, brother? James C7, what's going on? Pink Bottles here today, what up, brother? Scott James, it's Pink Bottles, good to see you, man. Metamorphosis in the house right now. Old, dude, this is a whole old gang is here right now. What up, Rex? Welcome, brother. Alexander Hernandez in the house. Ricky T here today, too. What up, Kay? Fader Trader, good to see you, brother. Hi, Yoons in the house. What's going on? Bobby Richards, Captain Caveman, good to see you, brother. Mark Ryan's in the house today. What's going on, guys? I'm reading through right now. Alec B, what's going on? Vance, TP 415. John Hurd, John H, John L from the Discord, Binky Winky, David AMS, 45 Forever, Condor LVL. Joey Donut. My man, Bork, McGork. Floyd's Garage, John H. Huge shout outs. The GOAT. Y'all know who he is, right? Bob Kendall, Larry Williams. God damn right. Wolf fucking Richter. I got his book finally. I was digging it out the other day. I don't know this guy at all. I was gonna have him on the show or beg him. There you go, right there. About that man's life. Talking Monkey. Riding the Nar. Doggone it. Everybody's here. Samoosh. We still going up, boys and girls. I'll see all of you all tomorrow at 9:30, right? You guys better be fucking rich today. I want you to take that ramen and slide it back on your shelf and go buy some Wendy's. I'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I love you all. Best fucking trading community on the internet. Go through the highs and the lows and the deeper lows in the depths of hell together. Every day.